You found yourself in the Right Now-a-thon Chapter 4, where we come together with the writing community to celebrate all of the writing successes, the hard work, the accomplishments, the achievements of the journey of 2025 and what we're going to achieve in 2026. We have writing sprints, world building workshops, celebration workshops, Jeopardy Right Now, conversations, games, and much, much more in Chapter 4 of our weekend-long festival, the Right Now-a-thon. So make sure if you've missed out on any of the fun so far, it's linked down in the YouTube description down below. And if you're here live, sit back, relax, because we're about to hop into all the fun. And by the way, welcome. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Kaufman, daily writing streamer, 730 consecutive streams and counting, and many, many more, on a mission to help writers with the writing process. So we're going to be hopping right into it. And let's just do a quick reminder, quick shout out for those of you who've been joining us and having all the fun. Don't forget, we have some games, some activities for you to partake in with the community. Let me throw up. We got our bingo. Don't forget your bingo, because we definitely have some great things as we fill out our bingo cards together. I was like, I don't know, a bingo card went somewhere. Bingo. Yes, found it. So I had my bingo card here. This was fun. And we'll do my screen share. Oh, no, I have to do a screen share. So definitely almost there as Kaufman gets his life together. All right, and here we go. So make sure you join us with the bingo. They're completely randomized. Courtney, if you want to throw up another bingo card in the chat for anybody who hasn't gotten a bingo card yet, come join us for bingo. You see, these are a couple of the ones I marked off on mine, but it's completely randomized for each one. Let's see. I think we had Tech Gremlins, followed someone new, change writing view, ignored end of sprint timer, entered a giveaway, hot mic, host wrote, I don't, my apologies. Seeing if I've actually hit any of my other bingo cards. I haven't looked at it since the last chapter. Eating during stream, I definitely did that. First draft, read on screen, set writing goals, self-care sprint. We did a self-care sprint, so I feel like I'm making some progress. Whether you make a line or you're the first one to get a blackout, let us know, and we will definitely celebrate that in the community. Let's see who can do that with the bingo. We also have our Mad Libs. So make sure if you're wanting to partake in the Mad Lib craziness, it's under the Right Now-a-thon Discord. All you got to do is you just got to give us a couple of these words: adjective, name, noun, liquid, and we have a whole list here linked over on the Right Now Discord channel under the Right Now-a-thon, as we are building a story together with our Mad Libs. And let me tell you, building a story together, we're going to pick some of your best suggestions for the Mad Libs. All you got to do is pick a couple of those words, go drop it in the Discord, and we'll be going over our favorite Mad Lib story at the end of the Right Now-a-thon. So make sure you come join us for that. That's going to be absolutely epic. And then we are all queued up for the next let's see, for the next session. We are at 6 a.m. Eastern time with our next part of the schedule. So we are actually kicking off the hour with the Let the Dragons Fly writing sprint. So we're hopping straight into the dragons. Ooh, who doesn't love dragons? I know I'm stoked about dragons. And then we're going to be looking forward into 2026. We're going to be celebrating. How do we do writing stories with celebrations, holidays, and traditions? That's actually going to be a really fun conversation. Then we're going to be diving in with a world building expert, Marie Mullany, who with her World Building in Time YouTube channel, she gives incredible information. Marie is absolutely incredible. So we're going to be doing some world building fun. Then we'll be joining the Breaking the Block team, as they're going to help us get unstuck with our writing blocks for those of us who've been struggling to get back into the writing vibe lately. And then, of course, for anyone who wants to join Jeopardy right now, let us know if you want to join in the fun, because we will be offering a prize to the winner of Jeopardy right now. All right, so I wanted to make sure to cover all that, and let's hop into it. So without further ado, we're going to hop into our next session, and I think I have this all queued up here. Perfect. And we don't need this anymore. Here we go. So our next session, Let the Dragons Fly. It's quite popular to have dragons and other fantasy creatures in fantasy worlds. Let the dragons fly in your world during this 1 hour creative session. Without further ado, let me introduce and welcome to the stage Ilse MJ Mul. Welcome, welcome, my friend.
Thank you, Kaufman. Thank you for having me. It's wonderful to be here.
Of course. Thanks for joining us in this cool writing endeavor, this cool writing festival. I always love seeing other authors and other writers who I know are like part of the community, but I never get the chance to stream with until we do some crazy event.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, having that connection with so many authors and just everyone participating in this event is
Mhm.
it's marvelous.
I know,
It's
right? I'm feeling so motivated to write. I'm like, I already love writing, and I'm feeling even more motivated. I'm telling everyone, I feel like I now have to publish my book next week. So even though it's still
I
a lot
can
of work, but
imagine.
next week.
I feel the same, but my book is far away from now. But
Yeah, my book still
yeah,
has some work
it's
left, but you know what? I'm
yeah,
setting the motivation.
exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it's so wonderful to be able to do that. Yeah.
Now, for anyone who doesn't know you, do you want to just do a quick intro, who you are, what you do, and we'll get into it?
Yeah, my name is Ilse. I am, like I often say, a magic building dragon companion and creator of worlds. And the world that I have created for the books that I'm currently writing is called Tergne, and it is filled with magic and dragons and all kinds of fantasy creatures. And I love that. I love that we can use our imagination to be able to make creatures that you might see in this world, but you might also only see in a fantasy world like Tergane. And that's what I wanted to go into with you guys today. Um, Let me show you one
Awesome.
thing.
I know
Yep,
I'm so excited for dragons. So, Elsa, yeah, so what you can do is you can screen share on your end and we'll throw it up on screen for you. Um,
perfect.
mhm.
I've got it. It should run. Yes. um,
Oh,
this
perfect.
is
Have it set up on your end. So, Elsa,
yeah,
just let me if you need anything, and I'll be backstage to support you if you need any help. Trust me, I'm
perfect.
flying the dragon all day, every day. So,
Excellent, excellent. I might ask you later to check during the writing session um, if the sound is coming through because
okay,
that's one thing.
okay.
Um,
All right.
but
When we start writing sprint, we'll ask the chat, and I'll give you a tech check as well.
excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, fantasy creatures and how can you get inspired? Well, one thing I saw it was the Mbari deep dive, I think, is this golden orb they found, and they had no idea what it was. And as far as I know, they still don't know what it is. They did find out that it is organic matter, so that's fun. So, yeah, I mean, what can um, come out of such an orb, and what kind of creature can live deep under the sea? There are also all kinds of other creatures like this one, the slug that I found earlier. It's the inspiration for me for how do you call it? What has become a saying in Tergane, freckling lizards. And what you see here, the cactus dragon, is from the wonderful Andy Fraser. Um, and this is one that's a lichen, and it's so much fun to be able to see that and to make some dragon or other fantasy creature or a whole race of it to use in your world. And it's just everyday things that you find. It may be like here, like on a tree. And this was an old tree log, and it's just enormous. And you can, if you once you've seen one thing, then you keep seeing other things like shapes in the clouds and maybe a spot on a wall or a door where you see something and suddenly you see a creature in there. And that's the fun part of writing fantasy and writing dragons. And fantasy creatures are not just dragons. And what I found, the first dragon that I um, met or got to know was Falcor from A Neverending Story, and that dragon is based on the luck dragon from Chinese culture, and that's what made me think about dragons in general, and all kinds of dragons, not just the European more violent dragons, but all kinds of dragons. So that is what I have in Tergne. From the smallest that can fit in the palm of your hand or on your fingertip, to large dragons, but also other fantasy creatures like the flutter nymph, and that's something that I will talk about hopefully in January. We're working on the art of that, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. So without further ado, I like to get into our creative session, and I would like to challenge you guys to write something with a fantasy creature, and let's see how far we can get. So, um, Kaufman, if you can check, wait a minute, can you check if you hear the bird sounds? Because we should hear them.
Yes. Let's see. Let me check. Okay, so I see the video, but I do not hear any audio from it.
You do not hear any audio. Oh, how do I? Because I see it in my OBS, but it should go to the mic from the studio, but I don't know how. Uh, okay, let's see. Do you hear it now? And can you also still hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we hear it now. So you sound a little bit more distant, but it's not horrible. But now we also hear the bird sounds as well.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I thought it would be it might be a little bit more distant. Let me turn up the sound of the birds. Can you still hear the birds right now?
Yeah. Oh my, I love this. I never think of using like real life like nature sounds for this. This is actually genius for a writing sprint.
Yeah, yeah. For me, the music is too much for my brain. So and the nature sounds is actually perfect. So that's something my brain can still work with. So that's why I always use that. So yeah. So I let's get started. Let me grab my timer. Let me start the timer because we already have it. And then I wish you all a lot of fun, and I will see you in about 40 minutes. Let's make that a little bit shorter. Let's make it 35 so we can also check in with you guys. And let's get started. Have fun. And that is the end of our creative session. How did it go for you guys? I hope it went well. Let me quickly check the time. Yeah, we have a few minutes to check in with you. I have to say, my writing went okay. I needed to check a few things for consistency while I was writing this last piece of the chapter, because I needed to know if one of the characters was hurt on his left or his right leg. I mean, it would be strange if I end one chapter with him being hurt on his left leg and then have him in this chapter being hurt on his right leg. So I needed to check that out. But first, let me quickly put up my headphone just to be sure that we don't get an echo. That would be handy. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, that's what I needed to do, what I need to check, and I'm now really in the part where I can close this chapter, so that's a good thing, because I've been working on it for quite a long time. So let's check in with you all. Oh, thank you, Rachel, for linking my shop as well. In the future, there will be also art with the Flutter Nymph, or merchandise, I should say, with the Flutter Nymph, and with some sayings of that I used in Terganay. So thank you very much. Thank you so much. Angel, you wrote 77 words as you just started. Excellent progress. Excellent. Jenna, sneezing fit in progress. Yay, morning allergies. Oh, I know that feeling. I mean, here in the Netherlands, it's winter. But, I mean, if it's just the last few days, it has frozen just a tiny bit. But that's not really enough to stop the alders and such from blooming. And yeah, if you have hay fever caused by a birch allergy, I totally know what you're going through. And just say, Jen, take care of yourself. Rachel, you got 285 words in and coffee. That's great. Coffee is important. Well, for me, it's hot chocolates. That's my cup of poison, so to speak. And Rachel says, I feel you, Jenna. And Penumbra, mine, Ella Mart, you got caught up on your social media post for time travel authors. You write time traveling. That's interesting as well. It's something I can't wrap my brain around, so it's not something I will do. But yeah, it's time travel stories can be really fun if done well. So I imagine it can take a long or deep research, I should say. And you made a cuppa. Excellent. And Angel, you had lunch before writing. That's great to hear. Well, for me, it's how should I say that? Just a quick check, by the way. Yeah, I think you guys hear me. Can you still hear me correctly? So yeah, I had my hot chocolate with me, and in this chapter, the the fantasy creatures are not presents in this chapter, but they are talked about. The dragons are talked about, and it's a fun thing because the dragons are. I need to think. Is it sapient beings when they can talk to humans and have emotions and things like that? I always get those mixed up. I think it's sapient beings. So yeah, there's that connection, and the Flutter Nymph is in this story as well. I'm currently writing a short story that might turn into a novelette. I mean, I'll see how it turns out, but it's most certainly not below 10,000 words because it's already more than that. But yeah, it's called Go Fly, and it will. It takes place 10 years before the main story of the Tergnay Chronicles, and it started as just a background story for something that I wanted to know, that I wanted to. It's something, an event that's been referenced in the main series, and I wanted to write it. And now I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to make it a free story in the future for my future newsletter subscribers. Not having a newsletter yet, that's in the future. So it's fun to write this and to be able to share it with you guys in the future. So yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's incredible to be able to write that.
All right. Well, Ilse, I think this has been absolutely a great way to cue off our
Thank you.
morning session and hour. I feel like I was really getting into the animal vibe. The story that I'm working on is a world full of animals, creatures, and beasts. So I'm like, all right,
Perfect.
perfect. Definitely was giving me some good vibes. I was thinking of my scarecrow characters. I've
Oh,
never
that's great
considered
to
using
hear.
animal notes before. That was great.
Yeah, it's fun. Thank you. And
Mhm.
I'm happy to hear that it really worked for you and for the
Mhm.
others as well.
Yeah, and I could definitely tell a number of our writers here in the chat we're definitely making a little bit of progress. I know we saw some, it looks like Angel, you're just getting started. No worry, we still got many hours of writing celebration to come, my friend. So we're just at the beginning of our morning session. Rach got 285 words in and some coffee. It's always a nice plus. Always a nice plus. I think I'm still at the tea vibe. I was like, we'll see if when I get more caffeine fix.
Yeah,
Ah,
sometimes you need your caffeine.
well, wonderful. So, Ilsa, we're going to transition into our next event. You're, of
Excellent.
course, more than welcome to join us. If you want to join our group of writers, we chat about 2026.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So how do I do that? Do I just stay on or
Yep,
uh,
it's like the hardest thing ever. All you have to do is just stay there, your wonderful self, and I'll bring
perfect.
everybody on stage. So,
Oh, that's nice.
in that case, Ilsa, give me just a second. I'll bring you back up in just a moment, and we'll bring up
Mm-hmm.
the others on stage with us.
Yeah.
In a momento. All right. And let me just do a quick call out. So, by the way, welcome to the Right Now community. If you're just hopping into the Right Now-a-thon, this is our epic end of year writing celebration where we come together with all the writers in the community and celebrate their writing progress. So, make sure to hop in, tuck in, tune in, join in, grab those pens because we have an awesome conversation lined up next. We're going to be looking forward into the future, into 2026, into what we have planned for our writing goals, our notebooks, our characters, all those crazy worlds in our brains. We're going to be talking about it with the other writers in the community. But first, if you've been hanging out in the writing community and you need help, you need consistency, you're trying to figure out, okay, what are these techniques I need to learn? Then I highly recommend you sign up for the Art of Writing newsletter. This is a weekly newsletter that sends writing tips, articles, and updates with Right Now streams, all designed to help you be a better writer, help you finish that book, that script one day faster. So definitely sign up if you're interested and you're not already signed up to the Art of Writing newsletter. I will drop this in the chat. It's also linked down in the YouTube description. Highly recommend Art of Writing newsletter. I just wanted to get a quick subscribe, quick ad in there as I try to get you writing articles and writing tips to help you with the writing journey. Awesome. So we're going to hop into our next writing session as we queue up and we go into our 2026 right writing vibes. Here we go. So, yep. So here we go. So as you can see, we're going to be joined by our other writers and we'll look forward to 2026. Awesome. So let me bring back up some of our other writers in the community. If you want to join in the conversation, make sure to let us know. You're welcome to hop in with us. This is an open invite to the authors in the community. If you're thinking about, okay, what maybe this year we didn't have that much progress, or maybe you did, but let's talk with each other. Let's see what is the writing goal going to be like for next year. So without further ado, let me bring back to the stage Ilse. Welcome back to the stage, my friend. Mama Maggie, welcome back. Awesome. So
Hello, lovely.
Hello.
yes.
Can you hear me okay? I had to put my headphones on because the winter has arrived in Colorado, finally at last, and the wind has started blowing heinously, like howling. So if I vanish, it's because the power went out. Yay!
No, that would not be good. That would suck a little bit. So awesome. So like it's really interesting because I feel like we've spent so much time during our WriteNow-thon so far looking into the past and looking back at the year behind us. But as we're kind of approaching and as we're moving forward into closer to the new year, I start thinking about and pose this question to you guys and the writers in the chat. What does 2026 look like for our writing journeys? Do you guys feel hopeful? Excited? Do you have some major plans? What does 2026 or what's your plans for 2026 right now? I'd love to hear from you guys. I'm going to throw it down in the YouTube chat as well. We want to hear from you. Drop a comment.
Well, for me, it's finishing my Go Fly story. That's one. That's the first thing I really want to finish, and the next is continue to work on the Technic Chronicle series. I decided early on when I started writing the series as it is in concept right now, that I want to finish the entire series before I'm going to revise and edit and things like that, and go to pre-alpha readers and other people with certain technical knowledge that could be helpful for me. So that's what's in the future for me for 2026 is Go Fly and continue my work on the main Technic Chronicle series. I hope that I'll be able to finish at least the first book coming year. So yeah, that's it.
It sounds like you have a lot planned for next year. That's actually super cool.
Yeah.
What about you, Mama Maggie? How's your 2026? Oh, okay. Wow, you have a lot planned for next year. I wasn't expecting.
So, oh my God. This is my Kanban board, my lovely Kanban board. And this is actually writing, editing and rewrites, at formatting and publishing 2026 through 2028.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. I love that.
So,
well, wait. Okay. Okay. So break down for me. So each of those things, you said you have publishing, writing, and editing.
Writing, editing and rewrites, final edits and formatting, because that is its own monster, and then actual publishing dates. Right now, I only have two things in the publishing thing, which is finishing up the Relic of Time Wars, which is my massive sci-fantasy series.
Wow. All right. So you're finishing the last book in the series?
I am currently writing book 13. Book 14 is already written, so I just have to do the final edits and publishing on that one. Book 13 was the big project for the second half of this year. And then I have Pagosa Stars, which the last two books are already written. I just have to repost. And then the big ones, Servants of the Moon is one that I have to do. This is all the right things, because the one thing that I noticed, yes, I'm a planaholic. Ha ha ha. OCD
I know. I love that. I thought that was incredible. That's like makes me want to go like find all my whiteboards.
OCD Goldbrain says you must have all the list. And I want to start getting ready to get Servants of the Moon out. So that is my Werewolf Religious War trilogy.
Okay.
And then I have so many story seeds, because for me, writing short stories, flash fiction, stuff like that, that's just, oh, look, here's a seed for a new series just going into the tree. And so many things. Yeah, Rachel and Jenna. I see Rachel and Jenna in the chat, and they're like, "Yeah, we see you, Maggie. We know what you do, workaholic." So,
Well, I mean, Mom Maggie, that's probably one of the reasons I always love talking with you, because workaholics unite. Where we probably need Workaholics Anonymous.
and if you have a bingo board, Clingy Feral Shyly says hello, so you can say "Pet appeared on screen" for your bingo board.
Yep. Anybody who has the Right Now bingo, you should definitely go. Yeah, fill out your squares. Fill out your squares. I want to see who gets the blackout.
Oh, it's so incredible what you have planned, Maggie, for next year. I mean, that's so much, and the fact that you can do it all, that's incredible.
Well, see, you don't really know me that much. I had a stroke in 2015, and to relearn language, I started writing. And I ended up with like 2 million words in the bank before I ever started editing and publishing. And editing and publishing, editing, formatting, publishing, rewriting, all of that stuff takes like 3 or 4 times as long as the actual word vomiting, writing, telling yourself the story. So everyone's like, "Oh, you're such a prolific writer." No, I'm not. I just built the Himalayan mountains and then said, "Oh, maybe I should edit this now."
Well, Mama Maggie, I totally feel you on that one. My first book that I'm publishing with Scarecrow is a very large endeavor. But I mean, I've been writing most of my life, so it's like I know I have the skill. At least I know I can craft the story that I want to tell because I've been writing forever. But as a first book, it's very, very ambitious. It's extremely ambitious.
Oh, I love hanging out on your streams and reading the chapters and saying, "Ooh."
Oh man. Okay, so you know what's interesting with this conversation is there's some crazy things with Right Now that I have planned, but I can't talk about them until the keynote. So, and it's in a little later. That will be at 3 p.m. Eastern. I'll be talking about all the Right Now epic stuff that's coming up in 2026. But I can say that my one goal that I'm going to achieve, The Last Scarecrow, will be published in 2026.
Nice.
So I know that's like my goal, my epic fantasy, dark fantasy action adventure, epic length, 150. I'm sure it'll probably end up around the 150,000 word mark. Is what my gut tells me once it's gone through editing. But yeah, so I feel very confident that I'll be able to publish it in 2026. I started it on day one of the live streams in 2024. And I think 2.5 years is about how long it's going to take me. For book one, anyways. Book one of a series.
Yeah. Yeah, the fun part is with the Technic Chronicles, I've gone through several concepts, and originally I started about 10 years ago, and then I really wrote myself into a corner and I couldn't get out of it. And that's when I knew that I had to completely rewrite it, and I started rewriting it in a way that it was one POV per chapter, and that really helped me. And then at some point I got a sort of a writer's block, but it was something that it was a question that I needed to answer for one of my main characters. And it was a question I couldn't answer for myself. So that's something I had to figure out first. And in the process of figuring that out, I started writing the background of the relationship between two characters that were originally just side characters. And in that process, I discovered that actually the whole series begins with their story. And once I got that, then really everything started to make sense, and I was able to get more intrigue in it and to make a better foundation of the story. And now I really have that feeling that I think, okay, really, I can bring this to a good quality for eventually publication. And that's how I ended up with the Technic Chronicles and the Go Fly story. And I also have other stories planned in the same on the same planet. So I might do things for that in 2026 as well. But it's I can imagine I can relate to working on it for such a long time. It's so incredible, and then the fact that you can do that and that you can keep on working on it and that you still have joy in that. That's, to me, it feels amazing. I don't know how that is for you guys, but for me, it's incredible. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we go on these journeys with these characters, we almost like don't know what to it's like we almost don't know like what to expect sometimes, or like how this journey is going to turn out. And
Yeah.
I think it's so crazy when we start with one version of the type of story we want to tell, and then as we go through it, it evolves based on
Yeah.
how the characters evolve, the plot, the story. And then by the time we're at the end, we're like, does it even look similar to what we started off with?
Oh
It's such a
yeah.
crazy journey. It really is. And I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sure, Mom, Mag, going through your that 15 book series, like I'm sure you've been on quite a journey since book one.
It's
Yeah.
it's 14 books in the primary series, and then the 4-book prequel quartet, and the 14th book in the series at the end bookend is actually the 5th book of the prequel quartet because time travel. And
wow.
when I started writing this, it started off as a 30,000 word fan fiction. And then I started writing all these different.
It started from a 30,000 word fan fiction. You start off as fan fiction. That's crazy. I didn't realize that. Awesome.
It started off as a fan fiction of a 3-minute music parody video.
Seriously?
Wow.
I've made friends with the people who started it. They were back in 2014 and 15. My kids were obsessed with watching this series on YouTube by Jorge Cyanide Epic, and they were and Kristen the Mike and another content producer named Carflo were doing this Jurassic Craft Minecraft series where they were using Minecraft as an animation engine, as a role play animation engine.
And this was back in 2014, 2015.
And
yeah, so
right before
I think that was still YouTube 1.0. I think that was before
that. Yeah, that was the.
I think that was before that Apocalypse, actually. Yeah.
And they but they were using it and this is how diverse creative sources come from. And they made a parody video, and the middle and the youngest were always obsessed with having a little brother, which unfortunately they did not get. And there's this scene where this little boy is running through a garden with an iron golem. And if you play Minecraft, you know what an iron golem is. It is a protection robot made out of magic. And they were like, who is that little boy? Tell us a story about that little boy. And this was right after my stroke. So I wrote them a story about who this little boy was. And he was the secret prince, son of the immortal. And that little 30,000 word fan fiction called War of Prophecies ended up blowing up into the 1.4 million words of Relic of Time Wars and The Huntsman. And and I don't write in order. A lot of fantasy writers are discovery writers. And because I have brain damage from my stroke, I need a little more structure than that. My Kanban board is a perfect example of my need for structure. But I write a method called writing the tree, where you write the leaves or scenes, pivotal scenes first, and then you go back and create the characters and the plots. And so that's what I did. So I had scenes when I was writing book 1. I had scenes for book 10 and book 8 and all the other books in the series. And the last book of the series was actually written before the war arc of the series, which is the climax, the last 4 books of the series. So I had the bookend of the series done before the last 4 books of the series done, because it's time travel, and that book ties into the very first 4 books of the prequel.
Wow.
Well, yeah,
So
that's crazy.
I was, people
Wow.
who are like, yeah, I just write in order. I'm like, how do you do that? I'm all over the place.
You're like, I see the full picture. I don't need to tell it in sequential order. I'll tell the beginning and the end first.
Well, and then going back and filling out characters and filling out secondary characters and character arcs and events that, like, one thing I hate is that happens in fiction is pop-up magic or pop-up technology. So I had to go back and backfill in that. And I'm a very strong believer in Clarke's third law: technology sufficiently advanced appears as magic. So is it magic? Is it genetics? Is it technology? Is it a mixture? It's what
I love that challenge. I love that challenging debate, by the way. And my series, Scarecrow, the series actually questions that philosophically throughout the series. And what is the distinction between magic and technology?
Yeah.
Magic
and through this whole developing a writing process and everything, I developed my 30 characters every author should interview their 30 questions every author should interview their characters with, and the 30 questions every world builder should ask themselves when they're writing a thing. Because there's a lot of things that when you're just getting this story and you've got the seed and it's just a little seedling with like 2 or 3 little leaves on it, you're like so excited to turn it into a tree. But then it's like, how do I get from the little sapling to the tree? And then it's like, and the sapling needs a trellis, and the sapling needs a friend, and the sapling needs a flower. And the bad guy needs a henchman, and so it blew up from a little tiny bit to 18 books.
Yeah, I can so relate to that. I mean, the Diagonal Chronicles started as 1 book originally, and then it was, you know what, I need 2, and then it was a trilogy. And right now I'm like, I don't care, I'll just write. And I'll see how many books I have. And I used to be a discovery writer, but with this series I have so much foreshadowing and intrigue and scheming and people who are related but should be hidden, or things or creatures, etc., that I need some guidelines. So I don't make a huge outline because that doesn't work for me. But I have a guideline with keywords and key sentences, and where I need the foreshadowing and how the foreshadowing needs to take place and what it relates to, and that helps me. But that's basically all I do for the guideline. And the characters. I mean, I've had characters pop up that I did not see coming. I had characters that I had planned, and they just switched roles. They suddenly had a completely different profession. 2 of my main characters were supposed to be in a chapter where we meet them. They were supposed to be outside in the fields, outside of the capital, and people wouldn't meet them. And then I start writing, and they're just in the middle of a very busy tavern. And I was like, we did not agree on that. So, that happens. But in the end, it worked. And, other characters just also keep popping up. And sometimes it's also that I hear something on the news, or I see something on YouTube, or... other places, what's it called? Board Panda, I think. They also have these fun stories. And I'm not like, okay, I can use that. And I can see that happening in Tergane. And it might just be a very small, insignificant character that my main characters will just see while they're working on the market, while they're walking on the market. But it might also be a character who brings vital information, for example, and yeah, that character just came out of nowhere, and I just
Mm.
let it happen, and that's the freedom I give myself, and that's something I will continue to do in 2026 because for me that works. That way of writing works, and if I have a very strict outline, I'm too limited, and I find that that I get stuck because my mind wants to go elsewhere than stick to that very strict outline. And that's why I decided to use it as a guideline of which I have the freedom to deviate from. But yeah, that's
Wow,
how it
I think that's
goes.
absolutely a really, really cool strategy. Being able to let yourself explore with the characters. I try to like ask myself how much exploration I allow myself. Um,
Mm,
I think in the early stages I explore, I just do discovery to an extent. But then by the time I think by the time I got about 20% of the way through the book, then I was like, all right, now go back and create a full outline and then use that as the roadmap. Um, because I asked myself, like, what's the story that I want to tell? And then how can I make
mm,
the character beats stay true at each of the major beats? And then that gets me excited because then it's like putting the pieces together. But even with that aside for a moment, though, we had some really, really great calls from the community. It looks like a lot of the writers here are really looking forward to some of the things that they have going on in 2026. I know Jenna shared that in 2026, they want to get to a specialist for these allergies, asthma, publish a trilogy that's half written, and maybe publish Beta Design, writing with metaphysical tools dice. That's kind of cool, actually. That
yeah.
sounds really
She
cool.
just finished season 1 of the Myrna Annals, so she's got 5 books out in her
Mhm.
first season, and she's starting on the second season, and now she's working on the new Fae series, and it's just and her editing business and
Uh-huh.
her tutoring business, and Jenna just goes, and
Janet does a little bit of everything.
she's
Incredible.
Oh,
amazing.
Yeah.
I love to hear that. Definitely, always really cool to see fellow writers and authors. We're all doing the hustle in one way, shape, or form, right?
Mm, certainly.
I
Oh,
know.
Jenna, if I
Mhm.
may, I see that you're going to see a specialist for your allergies and asthma. I have that too, so I can speak a little bit with experience. Seeing that specialist can really help you in getting that information of what you're allergic to, and they can also give you very good advice on what you can and can't do, but also from my experience, how you can deal with certain situations. And it helped me so greatly. And I was so happy that my specialist gave me medicines that my general practitioner couldn't give me because he didn't know about it. And that helped so enormously with, for example, my hay fever. And I got immunotherapy several years ago to treat me for my hay fever and a few other things, and that helped me as well immensely. I can now go through a day in the midst of a season without having to have a pack of tissues with me. So yeah, I'm very happy to hear that you are going to such a specialist because they can really awesomely help you. Um, and you say you like to go to them every few years for that reason. Allergen reactions change for sure. Yeah, exactly. And they change with hormonal changes, but also with what you are um, experiencing in where you live and such things. Um, Post fade, you're sure the results are going to be similar and yet not the same. Yeah, that can happen. um, it's a strange situation with allergies, and for me it was always a line up, going up with my allergies until I got that immunotherapy. And luckily, it also had a positive effect on my food allergies. So the the effect of the food allergies were lessened. Luckily, they didn't go away completely, but at least they were less harsh, so that's good. But it's yeah, I hope they can really help you, because it's allergies get worse and worse by the year. I have that feeling. So yeah, go for it, and I really hope that they can help you greatly and give you proper meds to get you through the days without. Like I had constant sneezing, and I was literally seeing stars from the sneezing, and my head was like it was so full, and I had headaches and things like that. So yeah, I wish you good luck with your specialist, and just go into that and listen to it. Let all the tests be done, and that will give you so much insight, and that will really greatly help you. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say about allergies.
Definitely hope that helps out a little bit. Absolutely. Jenna, thank you so much for sharing that as well. Elsa, I'm sure that advice is really, really going to help. Things that like prohibit us from being able to get into the writing process or even doing all the other things that we have to do in life. It's a challenge that's life, right?
Exactly.
There's we've had several discussions on Breaking the Block about having that writer's life around that chronic health life. And it's something that a lot of writers deal with, and unfortunately, like people with like invisible illnesses, it's there. Some days you just don't have the ability to do the writing, and there is like this, and it's hard to give yourself the grace to say, it's okay if I don't write today. I don't have the ability.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have post COVID at the moment since 3 years, and it has really messed with my brains. And there are days when I wake up and I already know it's going to be a rough day, and I don't even have to attempt to write. And there are days when I wake up and everything seems to be perfect and I can go on, and then I can write for some time, and then the next day and the day after that I will have muscle aches all over just because I had a creative day. But at the same time, I have been writing or working on my map or other things, and I'm like, you know what? That's my life right now, and I've learned to deal with it and learn to work with it. But it is indeed what you say, Mama Maggie. It's you need to be able to tell yourself that it is okay that you haven't written, or that you haven't done anything for your writing project, because it's not only writing, it's also map making or research or character development or whatever, any part of your writing process. But sometimes your body and your brains just tell you that's not possible today, and it's important that you don't fight that. It's important that also looking forward to 2026, for me, it's one of the lessons that I learned this year that I want to continue into 2026. I want to make sure that, yes, I keep on writing and I keep on working on in my project, but I want to make sure that I don't force myself to the point that I get sick because of it. So I think it's a very good advice from Mama Maggie, to be able to make sure that you are able to tell yourself that it is okay that you haven't done anything in your project. That is so important, and it's important that you don't feel guilty about that. You're not you don't have an obligation to anyone else but yourself, and the most important obligation you have is to be healthy, in any way you can, even with everything that you have, and with that, write your book or write your books if you have if you're working on multiple books. So yeah, I think it's excellent advice, Mama Maggie.
Self-care counts as writing. Refilling your creative well. If you're having a day, you can binge a series and say,
Exactly.
I'm doing research. Yes, it counts.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the time writers underlook the value of taking breaks with intentionality and focusing on our
Brain
mental.
breaks.
I
Brain
think a
breaks
lot of
are
times I see
important.
writers will like get so into the writing process and then they stop writing, but then they don't set like a return day or they feel guilty about not writing. So instead of being like, hey, I just need to take like 1 week off or 2 weeks or whatever that is, they start feeling more guilt and they just don't return because then they're like, okay, they're responding to it from guilt as compared to a place of, oh, I need to refill
Yeah.
my own mental health or my own energy to be able to actually write effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everyone's writing journey is different.
Of
This
course.
whole, I mean, Kaufman has this mind-blowing 750 streams. We're
Like,
talking
how many days is 2 years? 733.
2 years worth of everyday streaming.
It's
That's
incredible. Yeah. I tried daily live streaming, but yeah, I can't do that. So for 2026, I'm doing 4 days: Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'm gonna try that in January and see how that works for me. So I admire you for being able to do daily live streams because that was way
it's
too
incredible.
much for me.
Yeah, and I mean, so like everybody knows. I mean, I share this all the time. The reason I started daily live streaming was accountability to myself. I wanted to go on a writing journey, and I'm like, how do I keep myself accountable? All right, if I live stream it, then I have to do it. And I think after the first 45 days of live streaming, I got into a daily routine, and ever since then, I would say the last month, there's been a couple times where I phoned it in, like with quick update streams. More than like a full-on writing sprint stream, but I've never broken the streaming theme because I'm like, okay, I am not going to stop the daily live stream until Scarecrow Book 1 is published. That's why I set out on this journey, and it's mostly to myself why I'm continuing with daily live streams. Because the daily writing sprints, those don't really grow the community. What grows the community is like the critique streams, doing these events, doing the things that are bigger. People will come join writing sprints if they're available. Right, and that's where the streaming.
And you joined us for All the Words August and All the Words October,
and I love those events. I love those
which were routine. Which that's one thing we talked about. 2024, 2025. It seems like everybody fell out of their routine or struggled with their routine.
Yeah.
It was a grind to get your routine done, and so we started the All the Words challenges in August and October, which had different day counts, which you can do it 2 days a week, you can do it 5 days a week, you can do it 7 days a week. There was the 18K, 48K, and 80K word counts, which were totally optional. And because there was something that we talked about is we all need to get into our routine. And literally, Kaufman is the routine god. All hail the great Kaufman. Made you laugh, I win.
I find it so weird, Mama Maggie, because like I've been in such like a routine and like a role and a cadence for 2 years, but then I see so many people have struggled this past year, and I see it in the conversations.
5 a.m. Writers Club.
Yeah.
5 a.m. Writers Club. I used to 3 times a week. I was always there. 5 a.m. Writers Club. 2024, 2025.
And that's
pull the hand grenade, stick it in my mouth, and just blow my brains out. And just redeveloping that routine is something that we try so hard to encourage, and that the WriteNow community encourages with the Discord sprints. And Rachel, who helps run the AuthorTuber and writing sprints.
Rachel is like Rachel
and Kat,
not just
and
with
those all those people who
everything.
All those people who keep that Google Sheets active since we lost Evan Cutting's channel, they have just been amazing, because you can click on there and go, oh, look, it's 12 to 14 hours worth of sprints every day. And you go to the first page and it's hundreds of AuthorTubers that you can look up and you can follow. And that part of the community that helps you get back into your flow, or the hopping over into the reading booktube community and doing the reading sprints is something else that helps refill you. And just because you aren't literally sitting with a notebook or typing to write does not mean you are not participating in some kind of creative.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I know, Rach, I know you hopped in. I think this is actually your first time on the stream for the WriteNow-a-thon.
Right.
Welcome to the community. Let me
Thank
tell you
you.
guys, Rach has done all of the marketing you've seen. Rach has been a part of for WriteNow-a-thon. Absolutely incredible. We wouldn't even have half of this stuff without our expert marketing lead over here. You're amazing, Rach.
I try.
I'm glad to have you with us.
Job.
I know you were I know I saw some of your comments in the chat, but if you wanted to just real quick for anybody who's new, who are you? And then what was the 2026 thing that you were kind of looking forward to with your goals?
I am, for those that know me as far as, and it's time for me to get up, by the way. Kay understands that I get up early sometimes, and today was one of those days. Anyway, I have 2 series out that are from the same world. One is a prequel series called The Life and Loves of a Dragon, and then the main series is an urban fantasy paranormal romance called the Dragon Tasker series. And I have a co-author named Dawn McClellan, and she is usually with me, but she had a rough night last night. But she and I have been writing for over 20 years together. We started in fantasy collaborative writing groups, and we moved into fan fiction together. And this idea happened to be one from an original urban fantasy idea that we had. And one of our friends said, "Hey, I want to do this, as a Yahoo group." So at the time, or it was, I think, Yahoo Clubs at the time. Anyway, we tried it out, and he wound up going on to be a professor. So he didn't have time to deal with it anymore, and we just decided to keep our idea and go with it into a series. Right now, I am also, because of going through the path of publishing it myself, because I wasn't sure if I could handle giving up control of my book babies to somebody else, and also because our themes are so different than, or at least at the time, they were different than mainstream. We decided self-publishing was the best way to go. And so we've done that, and over that time frame, I have learned a lot of things. So now I also have a little blog called Aggressively Helpful Writing Advice, because I tend to be like the person that's like, poke. Hey, you should try this. Hey, you should try this.
I know, Rach definitely has some very, very helpful writing advice, which I think is very, very important.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's free, so you can take it or you can not take it, and that's fine. But for 2026, okay, we had all these plans for 2025, right?
Okay.
My husband wound up with surgery,
and now got pushed into 2026.
So I was like, all these health things came up during 2025, and we're just pushing it off. And that's the adaptability of being into creative stuff, is that you can take it and be like, okay, well, I did part of it. We did release the one book, but we're going to release the last book of the series, the last book of the prequel series, and 3 novellas planned for 2026, all in this connected world. So we're very happy about that. Since you guys had the subject up about the author tubing and the sprints help me focus. And one of the things that I noticed in my experiment, which I like calling it that, the experiment of December, was that Mondays and Tuesdays, Thursdays and Fridays, late at night, well, I wouldn't say late, 9 p.m. is when I tried the experiment. I'm awake enough and into writing at that point. So what I did was I would write an article and then let it rest overnight. And then the next night, I would edit that article and make sure that it was worthy of putting on my blog. So I think that that's what I may continue to do into 2026 as well. We shall see. We shall see.
Sounds good.
It's been I shared the AuthorTube and Writing Spins list link, by the way. It's been a crazy year for a lot of writers.
Oh, and I have to give credit too. Most of the year I did the AuthorTube spreadsheet, but Devin did come back in the back side of the year. Mm-hmm. So Devin Cutting is actually doing a lot of it now. So it's cool.
Yeah.
And there's definitely, there was definitely, I think, a lot of events in the AuthorTube space that helped contribute to a lot of writers and AuthorTube growth. When I think about all of the events from 2025, I think of the Under 1000 Marathon that Sam Wicker does. I think
and again this February. It's coming back this February.
That helped us when we were under 1,000. That helped us push in the beginning of the year. I think of the events like the AuthorTube Writing Conference, the big AWC event that we were involved with during the summer. I think about our fiction competitions we did, Faded Fantasy, Freaky Friday. I think about the All the Words August, Mom Maggie, that you hosted. I know Storytellers Hearth does multiple quarterly, I think it's quarterly sessions.
They do a weekend, quarterly weekend round robin writing sprint where you're just hopping from channel to channel to channel.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, I think there's so many different types of ways to kind of try to get motivated in the writing community. And we each keep trying to come up with more ways. Like, okay, well, how do we all try to help each other do the same thing, which is to write now? That's really what it is. We're all trying to help each other right now with consistency and routine. And as I look into 2026, what I hear from all three of you is that you have some really, really big goals that you're hoping to achieve next year with your writing journeys. I know I saw a couple other ones from the chat. I know Angel said 2026, finish draft 1 without losing chapters again. Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. It's happened to me too. So I understand your pain very, very well. Find beta readers and work on my book cover. Get that book cover out. You'll be so proud. Well, I mean, with the book as well, of course, but the book cover is definitely important. So that's very, very cool. Hope you're able to achieve that. Stephanie, welcome, my friend. You're like, 2026 writing goals include a novel-length holiday book and make significant progress on what is known as my talking fish story. All right, I want to know more about a talking fish story. That's actually a really good elevator pitch. That's a great elevator pitch. Like, I have my story. It's a talking fish story. I'm like, I don't think I know many stories with a talking fish. Cute puppy down there. All you guys and your furry mascots.
Oh, I've got a farm. I've got more than enough animals, and my grandpups are here. So I'm like, yeah, all the fur babies and all the extra fur babies, and
nice.
She's my old lady.
I saw you guys dropped a couple of the links in the chat. That's awesome. So we're wanting people to, if you're under 1,000, Sam Wicker runs the under 1,000 subs AuthorTube in January. I'm like, I don't think I can participate anymore. We're not enough.
Well, actually,
you guys,
we're looking for people who are over 1,000 that are willing to help out as far as get the word out for the ones that are under 1,000. So that's the idea.
All these things that everyone, I love helping out with them. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's always a reminder for me.
Also, the people who don't have a lot of experience with streaming, they can be volunteers.
And that's what I want to push, because we have a lot of authors. I just know a lot of authors and writers in general, but a lot of up and coming authors who are just publishing their early books, who are kind of getting into like that process and that mindset and that realization that they got to build some type of online presence, whether that's social media, a website, a newsletter, whatever it is they want their heart desires. A lot of them recognize that. And everyone knows, like, the thing that I'm good at is live streaming. I've figured out this daily live streaming for myself. And I think anytime we can kind of help push our other writers into these types of events, it helps give them what is most important, which is experience.
That's the main thing for me. It was experience, networking, being able to understand the background work that goes into it. When you're a volunteer, when you sign up for it and take the chance. We have a lot of people that co-hosted, so they were learning the ins and outs of, and also learning to be able to actually be on the camera and not be scared of it. So I think that helps people a long way too.
And by the way, Murray, welcome. So we're just talking about our 2026 goals, by the way. I love seeing other writers here.
And like what breaking the block, we're here every Sunday. We took the weekend off last weekend because of the holiday, but writer Sam Wicker started it. Rachel's usually on there. I'm usually on there. SD Hedges, Stephanie joins us. Laura Nettle joins us. There's a whole bunch of us, all in, like, some of us have been writing for a decade.
And I think a couple of you guys will be joining Sam actually in just a few hours for the Breaking the Block session. So I was really glad that we were able to get a couple of the other writing communities, Samantha and her Storytellers Hearth, and then of course Sam and Breaking the Block. So very, very cool.
Yeah, it's there's always someone. If you are struggling, everyone in the chat is usually really nice. If you can pop on a stream, like literally any kind of writing stream, and go, I'm having this issue, and you can talk about it. You're welcome to post a question to those of us who do Breaking the Block. We're more than happy to talk about things that come up. What?
Yeah, if you have any writing questions, or maybe if there's something that you want to try for next year, drop a question, let us know, as we're kind of like thinking forward to 2026. And like the one thing that we do know for certain is if you don't have some type of online presence, you got to get something. And I'm not saying go master social media. It's a journey. Got to figure out moving pieces, but make it simple. Start with one easy thing, whether it's a website, a newsletter, and figure out how to make it possible.
And it there is no one set way to do all of the.
There's like all of the like 100 different ways too.
AuthorTube social media, and if someone says that they have the one system for $9.99 easy payments, 4 easy payments of $9.99, buyer beware, because it's not everything works for everyone. And there and when you're becoming a writer, there is no one ring.
Yeah.
Hi, Kat.
I think, hey, what's up, Kat? I think the best way, when I think about it from a psychological perspective, at the bare bones idea of it is, if you tell somebody about your book and they want to know more, where do they go? If you're like, hey, go to my Facebook, and you don't really have your Facebook set up for anything, it's just a missed opportunity, right? Exactly. You want to send them somewhere, even if that somewhere is what's the Linktree, right? Even if the somewhere
Linktree is really wonderful.
Linktree is like easy mode. Like, at least get a Linktree that sends to your socials. Linktree is like easy mode.
Because the thing is with Linktree, they may not have the socials, but if you have at least an author presence in each of the socials, or a website that they can go to learn more, then on the Linktree they can choose where to go.
That's a good point. I mean, of course, like the website is the number one. Like I think we all agree website should be number one, but
and there are free options available when you first start out, by the way. So
it's usually you're just giving up time, right? So, and I think that's always the trade-off. So if you don't have the resources saved up, then you have to give the time to figure out the skill.
I still don't have a Linktree.
You've got it.
But you have a digital presence though, right? Because
I do have it. The one thing that I did right when I started my author journey was get Penumbra Mine, MM Ward on all platforms.
There you go.
And Mama Maggie, same here. I don't have a link tree either, but I know like my home is the YouTube channel or my website. And I know I can link to everything on those.
Yes.
So for me, a link tree is unnecessary. But if I was starting out and I needed a place, it would be different. I know
it's just like a good tool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like everything else, it's a tool. Agreed.
Exactly. Yeah, for me
and
now
also,
it's YouTube, and next year I'm gonna set up my my site, and those two are the main ones, and it's way too much to keep up with all the social media. I mean, it's wonderful if you are able to do that, but you don't. If you are not able to do that, just focus on one or two things and go from there and see how it goes for you and how it works for you. And I think that's the most important. You shouldn't feel how shall I say that, obligated to do everything, because if you try to do everything, nothing comes from it. So you'd better focus on one thing or two things that you are capable of managing.
Yeah.
And then that will work way much better than doing a little bit on all social media. At least
I have to
it.
say, Marie, you gave I absolutely love your message, by the way. So Marie said, I mean, I usually put some TikTok about my books that have the most reach there. I'm not confident in my ability to make a good website within my budget, which is fine. But I am having fun with doing my promotion, even if at a slow pace. And the key word here is that you're having fun doing promotion.
Exactly.
Keep doing that. That's part of the journey. And give yourself the flexibility that it takes time. Have fun doing it, especially if you're having fun on TikTok. Book Talk is very, very popular. Like if you can figure out Book Talk, you'll be very well set up. That's one of the platforms that if you can figure it out, good for you. More power to you.
I've stayed away from TikTok for now because I
mean, you don't have to be on it. I mean, we were talking about this earlier too, actually. Yeah. When you think about social media platforms, your options are TikTok, Instagram, Facebook group. Generally speaking, there's some other ones, but those are the three predominant social medias when we think about I mean, of course, YouTube, but YouTube, AuthorTube is very much like niche and probably the hardest of the ones to go after, unless you're really willing to, unless you're able to put in consistency and time to either live streaming or learning how to make videos, which is its own process, which I fully approve. I think video is the best, and why we all do it.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I feel I mean I haven't published anything yet. I feel I'm still for myself early in the whole process, so posting about that on TikTok feels a bit strange, you know. I don't have that much to tell from what I feel. Let me put it that way. So that's why I haven't been on TikTok yet. It feels a bit overwhelming, the whole platform. So yeah.
Like you're not sure what to post on there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have nothing. Yeah.
TikTok's an interesting one. I mean, when you start looking at the algorithm and what people post on TikTok, generally, you either have the writer who's doing info vids and giving helpful advice. That's one popular format. Another popular format is book reviews, talking about the books or breaking the books up into segments. I say I've probably seen about 5 to 10 different styles of like book, TikTok book things that do well. But I mean, really with any platform, it's go check out a bunch of videos and see the ones that are doing well, then copy the format and then figure out how to make it your own.
Yeah. For now, I'll just focus on YouTube.
Hey, there you go. I mean, hey, I fully approve. I approve of that, because think about it like this: like, what is the biggest video platform in the world?
YouTube.
Who is YouTube owned by?
Google.
Biggest search platform algorithm in the world.
Exactly.
Yes and no up until
I was about to say YouTube's big thing isn't just videos. The fact that you can have people go by subject matter into that search engine on YouTube, and then they can be pointed to where you want them to go, which could be.
I mean, that's predominantly because it's Google. right? That's predominantly Google.
Before it was Google, though, it was the same way.
It was, but it was.
That's the reason
wasn't
museums
as
used
effective
it.
even before.
That's the reason
Google
museums used it so much, because of that search engine capability.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason Google bought over YouTube. I mean, I think.
Oh yeah, that was a smart move.
Do you guys all? Does everyone here in the chat know? All right, YouTube knowledge. Does everybody know what YouTube was originally used for when it was first launched in
2009? I think.
Was it 9? I was gonna say it was either 08 or 09. Do you guys know?
It was 09.
Do you guys know what YouTube was originally?
It was a dating app.
It was a dating app. YouTube was originally a dating app. The first, I think it was like the first year or two before they had a lot of success with couples or potential dates posting videos, and then those videos got a lot of traction. So then they pivoted.
Yeah.
See, I came from Vine before YouTube, so I was used to that kind of
so you came from Vine. I remember the Vine stars trending. They left Vine because Vine unfortunately collapsed, and then they all became big YouTubers in the early age of in YouTube 1.0.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that. YouTube 1.0 was it's like a walking through like a land.
It was a minefield.
That's what I was gonna say. Like walking through like a minefield. Oh my goodness!
Wow, you never knew what you were about to get.
Like, mad like push views in whatever way possible, and YouTube didn't have like the
rules.
I came from AOL, and we're talking 1990.
I remember AOL. You've got mail.
I know. I remember that.
AOL, Netscape, things like that. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I think we're thinking of we're in a future conversation and we keep going to the past. It's funny.
Thanks a lot,
the
Lord.
The thing is, you can use the past to look forward to 2026.
Moral of the story.
See this silver hair? I earned it.
Same.
Know your journey so you can move forward into the past with resilience and expertise.
Exactly.
There was a moral to this part of the conversation. Thank you all for helping us reach this philosophical point in the debate. Oh man, well, I definitely appreciate all of you guys for joining. I think this is a great conversation, and I think with the point of it, at the heart of it, I think we're all at that point where it's like the end of 2025. We have a lot planned for 2026, and we realize just how far we've come in the past 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. It's all a journey, my friends, and
exactly.
I think the end of a year is a good way to just check in and how am I aligned with my 5-year goal, my 10-year goal, whatever you're trying to achieve in the long term. As if you want to be an author, great. If you want to write as a hobby, great. If you want to be a screenwriter, great. Whatever your goal is. My goal is just to get everyone to write now. That's my goal.
Excellent
my goal is to edit my Himalayan mountain range of word vomit.
I love that. That's a good goal.
My goal is to first write that Himalayan.
All right, Rach, what's your 1-word goal?
Follow through. It's actually 2 words, but I could put a hyphen between it.
Follow dash through. Perfect.
Not AI, just a hyphen.
I'll trust. Everything that has like a dash there, I'm like, it's all AI. Everyone uses AI now. Well, as long as it's not an M dash, you're good.
You can have my M dashes and ellipses when the robots pry them from my cold dead hands.
Exactly.
And Oxford commas.
Those 2.
Love those.
Oh my goodness, this is such a great conversation, but we're going to be moving right along into our next session, our next event, and I think we also have a giveaway to do. So I got to do we have a giveaway and another session. So I just want to say, Ilse, Rach, Mama Maggie, you're staying around. It's your session.
I'm staying around. We are about to do a whip chat workshop on building holidays, traditions, and oddities into your fiction world so that you can have a more relatable, more immersive fiction experience to present to your reader.
Nice.
That was literally perfect.
That's awesome.
That was.
I'll be in the chat doing the moderation for the rest of the day, hopefully. So
awesome.
See you around.
Rach, thank you so much for joining. Ilse, thank you so much for joining. I invite everyone back to come participate in Jeopardy right now. I'm going to
Can someone share Ilse's YouTube channel so that everybody can be sure to follow her? I know most everybody here is already following Rachel and me and Kaufman, but I know that I am not following Ilse.
Yes. So let's let you guys do a quick outro then. Ilse, I'll throw you up on screen. My one ask to everybody: at the end of your outro, give me the best right now possible. Awesome. Take it away. Outro for where can anybody find you?
Well, thank you, Rachel, for posting my my YouTube link. You can easily find me on Ilse Mul Author, and you can find me on YouTube and on Blue Sky. I want to use that more in the future. And my website will be coming up in the future, which is ilsemul.com. So that's quite easy. But you will find all my links in the YouTube About section. And for right now, let the dragons fly while you write now.
Oh, I love it so much. Ilse, thank you so much, my friend. And Rachel, pass it over to you.
You can find all of my information at racheldadams.com. And hopefully you will also be able to find the same kind of information on my YouTube channel, Rachel D. Adams. So just look for me there, and we'll continue to create magic and mischief together when we write now.
I saw what you did. That's very clever. I absolutely love it. I've gotten so many clever right nows throughout the Right Now Thon. I'm absolutely loving this. Awesome. Ilse, Rach, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure you guys will be hanging out in the chat. And onwards and upwards. Okay, perfect. So, Mom Maggie, we have a giveaway to give out first, and then we'll get straight into your presentation. So let's queue up the next giveaway, which I am a little behind on. So this is actually for one of our upcoming authors. Let's see, because we have... Here is, okay, this is what I'm going to do. So, Mom Maggie, let's queue up your giveaway item. I'm going to queue it up on screen.
Okay. I am Mama Maggie Ward, independent author, stroke survivor, migraine overcomer. And yeah, I have a thing in my brain causes memory loss. So I sleep, I forget. I often have to reread things that I have written because rote memory and experiential memory store in different parts of your brains. And as a result, I word vomit. A lot. For the first 6 years, 5-6 years after my stroke, I did nothing but bleh onto Wattpad and ink it. And then some of my friends were like, you should publish these. And I was like, oh. And after getting a rather nasty worded rejection from a trad pub house, telling me I shouldn't be writing because it's obvious I have brain damage, I went, you know what? Self-publishing is fun. Let's do this. And now I have nearly 40 books. So as part of the giveaway today, I am everything except the anthologies that I am part of. You can go to my Amazon page, look at a book and say, I would like an EPUB of that book, please. I do have prints of several books. And if you are in the contiguous United States, I will send you a signed copy of one of the books that I have prints of. All you have to do is reach out to me for something like Pagosa Cliffs or Relic of Time Wars, or my favorite, How to Become a Crazy Cat Lady to Survive the Zompocalypse.
I love that. So you're getting the opportunity for a book out of a selection of your choice out of the Mama Maggie collection. I
am a genre slut. I read in 100 different genres. I write in multiple genres, and I mash them all together. I have genre mash. All of them are genre mash. I have everything from AU Greek mythology to contemporary overcomer romances. You can pick your genre, pick your book, and I will send you an EPUB copy or a print copy if I have one in stock, because all forms of reading are valid. And yeah, I'm letting the person choose, because if I pick for you, I don't know what you like to read. So just, I have science fiction, I have science fiction fantasy, I have zombie apocalypse, zombies versus cats. I've got space aliens, just #worlds.
Yep. So type in #worlds into the chat for a chance to be entered for one of Mama Maggie's collection. I feel like you're like, this needs like an official name. Like, what's the author name you go under? Is it
I go by MM Ward.
MM Ward.
This
is like it feels like this is like the platinum, the MM Ward, the platinum collection, or like.
Well, it's my LLC is Penumbra Mine, which the penumbra, in case you don't know, a penumbra is the area of a shadow in an eclipse between total shadow and total light. It is the gray.
Yeah,
it is the not dark part. It is the dark but not completely dark part. It is the light but not completely light part. It is the area where we all live.
The Penumbra Mine collection. So I absolutely love that. Make sure to type in #worlds. We'll give it out at the end of this session. So #worlds, and we'll queue it up again in a bit. Mama Maggie, I'm going to pass it over to you. I know.
All right.
Did you want to screen share some slides on your
Yeah,
end?
I am about to start screen sharing the slides for the discussion. And please, just A1, just A and the number for your answers, because this is a discussion and workshop session. And everybody's input, we want everybody's input. We want everybody to talk about it.
And while you're sending that up, we're celebrating traditions, holidays, and traditions in fiction. A 7-question discussion workshop about adding celebrations and such to a #WIP world to create a more immersive reader experience. All right. And then
come on, share the screen.
I try to get it logged up, queued up into the studio.
Yes.
I think everybody's still kind of shocked and stunned by that they're getting access to your entire collection. They just don't know what book that they want.
Okay, it is up. Add to studio. There we go.
Beautiful. So Mama Maggie, I'll leave it to you. Just holler if you need me. I'll be in the back.
All right. So today we were talking about, as part of my #WIP chat thing that I have over on my Substack, is we are talking about your WIP world. Does your WIP world have celebrations? Are those celebrations religious, political, historical, or secular? Do you have any mixed kinds of celebrations? Like we, a lot of times with our celebrations that we are running for our holidays, are based on what we have here in our real world. We have what they call the IRL overlap. Now, I mean, we have, like, you can get online, look up calendars for what is today's holiday. I mean, like Donut Day. I mean, honestly, that should be an international holiday. But yeah, it's just one of those fun holidays where you can go to Krispy Kreme's or Dunkin's and get a free donut. But I think Donut Day is fabulous. Honestly, I think one of my favorite real world made up holidays is January 20th, which is No Politics Day. Because, yeah, we're all sick of that too. And I mean, I don't want to downplay the roles of these in societies, because these are things that bring people together as much as they are things that divide people. And, we have like moon holidays, we have migratory animal pattern holidays, and it can be overwhelming when you try to search these for every culture and every political movement and every religion. And as a writer, we struggle to create these believable celebrations. Now, because I write real world adjacent fictions, a lot of times I will have real world holidays in my contemporary fiction. In my fantasy worlds, in my sci-fi worlds, I have birth anniversaries instead of birthdays. I have the day of light returning instead of the winter solstice. I have a society, the Elo Society, that has no holidays whatsoever because they've evolved past that point. And being exposed, the Elo aliens coming to Earth and discovering all of these just plethora of human holidays, they're kind of overwhelming. And while it works really well for a writer to create these events, you have to be a little careful because there are grayer areas in cultural appropriation. And if you are using from a culture not your own, you do need to do some research into what you are writing, what you are looking at, because you do not want to write something that turns out later to be something that is extremely offensive to a group. So, yes, please. Do you have holidays? Question number 1. Do you have holidays? Stephanie says, celebrations have included Valentine's Day and Christmas traditions of a small town. No rings, no Santa Claus, no religion included in mine. Marie over on Twitch says, a good mix. I'd usually say historical in my fantasy world. There are also celebrations that are traditions. So let's carry on to question number 2. How do they celebrate births, observe birthdays, milestones, hold weddings, acknowledge divorces, or memorialize deaths in your WIP world? These can take on many forms. In Ghost with Ink, which is my sci-fi trilogy, the Elo acknowledge inkings or marriage, but they have nothing in the ways of celebrations. The only milestones are when you develop a rank in their very, very caste system society. They don't celebrate anniversaries. They don't celebrate births. They don't celebrate deaths. And sometimes some families, they have a thing called the lottery, which is basically a fight to the death that happens a couple of times a year. And if a relative survives that, then that could be a celebration. In the Relic of Time Wars, birth anniversaries are normally celebrated on the decade because Ethereans live for thousands of years. And so celebrating a decade instead of yearly makes more sense to them. Weddings are usually held after the age of 400, which the Ethereans consider themselves to be the equivalent of like a 20-year-old human at that point. And so a lot of these milestones are dependent on the lifespan or the culture of the people that are celebrating them in my non-human adjacent worlds. In the discussion, Chat Soul says, one kind of people in my world hold celebrations that celebrate moments by gathering, sharing food and company. Rachel says, we may be writing urban fantasy, modern day / crossover fantasy like world, but each species has their own cultural traditions and holidays. So don't let the placement setting limit you. Stephanie says, weddings are a family and friends gathering together. Birthdays are the same. No divorces yet. Mine are contemporary so far, so I haven't explored those things. Very good. Good. In my contemporary worlds, I have all the usual Midwestern mountain community ranching life events that happen. So those worlds in Pagosa would be very, very familiar to all of you, as just the typical thing. Question 3. Describe the biggest or most significant celebration in your WIP world. Is it a wedding? Is it a funeral? Is it a holiday? Is it a party? In the Ghost Swiss series, the Elo's biggest thing celebration is, besides the inking celebration, where it is basically a wedding, is the birth of a daughter, because the Elo species is going extinct, because they are to a point now where there are only a few hundred daughters born every generation. And in the latest generation, there had only been, when the books happened, there had only been 12 female births across their entire species. So that's a very big deal. In the Relic of Time War series, the royal weddings are the biggest event, and they are held at dawn on the day of light returning, which is the morning of after the winter solstice. And that is pretty much their biggest celebration until the war. And let's see. Where am I at? Chat Soul says, my world has Trenhall. I hope I'm saying that right. A funeral only held for elders or young children, where many caravans gather together from a long distance. Jenna, the Soul Writer, says, this is why I miss writing gatherings and masquerades from season 1. They often happen in tandem, everyone together. Why not? And the shenanigans. Yes, I'm sure Frey is involved in many of those shenanigans. Stephanie says, wedding and winter holiday celebrations have been the main focus for my contemporary. Jenna adds, season 2 has a war room in a certain dragonkin's basement and in the middle of Pennsylvania. Very good. All right. Yes, it's very interesting to have specialized things like this in your worlds. Because we all have the relatable holidays, but then having the unrelatable holidays makes you see that there are different aspects of value placed on certain things. Is it a birth? Is it a wedding? Is it a joining? Is it a funeral? Is there a specific holiday that is more important? Rachel says, winter solstice is something most important to them that they celebrate in the Dragon Tasker world. A lot with the werewolves in the winter solstice. All right, moving on. Question 4. How do traditions dictate behavior in the society of your WIP world? Do the traditions influence the actions of your main characters and side characters and their roles? Do they follow or resist traditions? Now, in Elo, among the Elo people for the Ghost Swiss series, Annie's a human living on the outside of the Elo culture. She's having to assimilate to this, and the Elo are very, very set in their ways. It's especially Tall, who is the main male lead. He is because he is basically the admiral of their fleets. He is all about the rules, the black and the white. And he and Annie have so many conflicts because she wasn't raised in their tradition. She wasn't raised in their culture. She doesn't see the biomachines called pets that they use as a labor force. She sees them as slaves while he sees them as simply bio-machines, and they're very rigid rules in their society. Males and females do not touch each other. The males are not allowed to look at a female, speak to a female, or touch a female without very specific permission given. And to do so accidentally could result not only in the death of the male, but in all the male's living male relatives. And so this kind of very set cultural rule, very set tradition, and this is everyone says, are things that cannot be broken. Now, one of the things that happens in Relic of Time Wars, that Daisy, being raised on Terra Earth, is always breaking the tradition, is she's married to the High Lord of a house, and everyone bows to her, and everyone calls her Lady Daisy, and she's so annoyed by this, because she's just a physicist, and she just wants to do research, and this whole Lady Daisy, no. So, yes, you can have those that live like inside of a very structured, rigid, traditionalist society. And the traditionalism does not have to be what we think of as traditionalism. It does not have to be like religious fundamentalism. It does not have to be religious political ideology. It can be something completely different. Kaufman says, in Scarecrow, since the world is apocalyptic in nature and tribes only exist, traditions are a huge impact for some of them that create a sense of stability against a world that is very deadly. Chat Soul says, traditions dictate people in my world heavily. There are two different factions, are almost completely different. The side characters follow their traditions, while the MC resist certain traditions. And that's another thing, is what are the consequences of resisting these traditions? I mean, Rachel says, something that is breaking in the Lycan traditions is arranged marriages, as there will be a pull to true mates sometimes. They're usually very male and female oriented by tradition, but hi, chefs. There are, I know that from reading Rachel's series, there are male and female pairings, and poly pairings that are multiple partners. The ideas are always being challenged, though, our books, and they realize that there is not only one way of mating. Yeah. These ideologies that are not, a lot of times writers tend, without realizing, write their world, write their IRL, and they're biased. We all wear bias goggles. We all have our goggles that we wear that are based on the world we grew up in and the traditions we grow up in. Season 1, Myrna's had their own traditions intermixed with human origins, depending on who is in charge on the council. Season 2, definitely living in the human world and doing their holidays, minus funerary rites, which are warrior honors. Those stay the same between both. Nice. All right, on to the next question. Question number 5. Are there social habits that you wrote into your WIP world, specifically to show how it differs from your IRL? I.e., do they greet each other with an open palm to show they mean no harm? This, in the Etheria series, especially in the Huntsman quartet at the beginning of the Relic of Time Wars, the Zolusian people, one of the ways they greet each other is they hold out their palm to show that they are not holding a weapon. And then back to the question, or do they always salute, bow, or show respect to a certain person or group? Do they refuse to make eye contact with some? Do they have specialized seating arrangements? Do certain people of rank wear certain style of clothing that no one else is allowed to wear? Shav says, oh, we are discussing traditions and cultures and stories, how meaningful. Write them not only accurately, but in a way that makes sense. Also break them and showing influences and consequences of it. Yes. The whole thing with, what are the consequences of breaking tradition? Because sometimes it is in the real world, in the IRL, if you break tradition, you get ostracized from your family, from your church, from your political association. Or in certain areas, that taboo, breaking that tradition, can cost you your life. It's not just you're not invited to Christmas dinner anymore. You're not invited to Shabbat anymore. You're not invited to spend Ramadan with us anymore. It is, you are dead to us. And it can be in the most literal way. In the world of the LO for the Ghostwriter series, a male touching a female or speaking to a female or looking upon a female without permission can be their death. And not just, and like it's literally a life or death thing. And it's like, if a male strikes a female, gets provoked and strikes a female, he is not the only one that's going to be put to death. It's him, his brothers, his cousins. Three rungs out from the person who committed the offense can be put to death. So how extreme do you make the punishment? In some of the older court cultures, especially in the Middle East or in the Far East in Asia, servants did not look upon royalty. Only certain servants were allowed to touch them, to handle their food, to handle their clothes. What level of this goes on is do you only shake hands with your right hand, with your left hand? Do you wash as soon as you touch someone? What are these things in the IRL that can bleed into your web world to make it more relatable? Rachel says, let me scroll back up. A5, dragons are physical in their stances, even in human form. They are very lively with hand movements. How they stand, learn when in human form. That's their dragon forms, mirroring their dragon communication. Shav says, major story filled things in tons of culture and traditional tensions and the divide between the older and younger generation, one preserving and holding on to the old ways, and the other trying to build new traditions and bridges where they didn't exist prior. That's another thing. When there's shift in tradition, there is going to be resistance. Now, how violent this resistance is, how punishable this resistance is, how easily acceptable it is, that depends on your characters. That depends on whether they are totally maxed out on their stubborn ideology scale or whether they are more malleable in their belief system. Can you rationalize them into having a softer stance? Or is it just, no, this is the way it is. This is the way it has always been. This is the way it will always be. Jenna says, the Myrna bow, left foot forward and left hand over the chest, and a deep bow does express various emotions. Like the request for forgiveness versus a sibling being sarcastic. Rachel says, A5, like can do a handshake like a grasping forearms, which if offended as a snub. Vampires are very gaze-oriented. Feeding off one another is also important with dragons and lichens. Jenna finished with ranks in the military council, such as Sunwalker or newcomer, or the Chefe, the female elder of the council. Also, do not play with dragonkin's hair. They will have a reaction. Good morning, ML. So in French court, I said seating arrangement. In French court, if you were sat below the salt, like the head of the table, and then people sat according to rank, and the salt usually fell about the middle to a third of the way down the table. And if you were seated below the salt, that was considered a place of dishonor. The further away you were seated from the end of the table, the more of an insult it was. And these are all things that you can add in. But like I said a few slides ago, if you are using something from a culture not your own, please do some research. Now, question 6 is the fun question. It's, did you create any oddities? Odd, weird, unusual acts or behaviors, faux pas that a character would be ostracized for doing in your whip, i.e., does your main character, side character, knock a certain number of times? Do they never say goodbye? Do they never touch anyone? Do they always touch anyone? I have a character in Pagosa. He and his father have this thing about they do not say goodbye. I have a character in Relic of Time Wars who he is all about plan B and plan B-2, plan B-Z to infinity. He is all his little weird behavior is all about the plan B. My Oracle Daisy, her weird behavior is that when she gets on task for a project, she doesn't sleep. She doesn't eat. She doesn't self-care. She is all about solving the box. Whatever is in the puzzle box, that is all that matters. And it may seem like a weird OCD behavior to have to make someone sleep and eat because it does not occur to do this when they're working. That is a weird thing. Do you have a character that has to knock on every surface 3 times, do the Sheldon Cooper thing, turn the doorknob so many times, knock, 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 penny, knock, 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 penny, knock, 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 penny? That is considered an oddity of behavior. Do things have to be folded? Do they only sit on one side of a certain person? Are they the person that always has to have their back to the window or their back to the wall, their face to the door? Do they always wear something that is, are the cuffs on their socks always turned down? These are all little, and people have odd behaviors now. People have the tism, and they have the tism. I have my daughter, my eldest, always has her headphones around her neck because that way, if she starts to get overwhelmed, she can just go whoop, instant isolation. Yep, Rachel says her character Gabriel has the need to have everything in perfect order and his body must be perfect. Yeah, he's kind of he's a little OCD. If a little was a train car and being with a dragon who basically used to be a warlord, not really that big of a care about grooming and order. Yeah, he's basically dating an entity of chaos. So, hi Sarah, welcome. So it's being very message got caught by the mods. Hold on, let me find it. Where is Kaufman's stream? Hold on, I can get that. Dupe. There's live. Are we live now? Okay, I am not seeing it on that stream. Let me check the other stream. Oh, did someone already grab it? I'm not seeing where it says the message is being held for the mods. I apologize. Can someone on Twitch grab that? Yeah, is the I am not a mod on the WriteNow Twitch channel, so I cannot see the question.
Hey, so sorry, I had to go grab it.
Oh,
so
no.
What was it? Shav. So just so you know, the mods haven't touched it, or haven't even touched that specific comment. Sometimes with StreamYard, I don't know why it does this. It doesn't. Sometimes it skips certain comments from Twitch. I think it might be something to do with permissions, but I'm not sure. Happens every once in a while. I'm gonna read it aloud. So Mama Maggie.
Okay.
Shav said, interesting because Shav's is putting signs. Seeing if any of your comments. Yeah, so it looks like his newest comments showed up, but not the ones that are longer. So maybe just make your comments a little longer. I'm not sure. Because we've been getting other comments from Twitch previously. So Shav said, ooh, are we discussing traditions and cultures and stories? And you said you wanted to learn more. And then Shav said, our major story is filled with things like that. Tons of culture and traditional tensions and the divide between older and younger generations. One preserving and holding onto old ways, and the other trying to build new traditions and bridges where they didn't exist prior.
Yeah, that is definitely that adds another level of tension to your writing that makes it very relatable to readers, especially right now, because there are so many layers of tension going on in society right now that it can be overwhelming, and you have to, as a writer, you don't want to overwhelm your reader with your world building, but you also want the reader to go, I know that, I feel that that's because that pulls them more into your WIP world. Sarah says her main character Stella obsessively cleans when she's upset. That's a very relatable thing to a lot of people. There's there's another message. She said Shav says they'll send it again. But these things, these little idiocracies that people have, like a character that, for example, hates coffee but will eat coffee flavored ice cream or drink frappes. Okay, Shav says they sent it again. It's not showing up.
Yeah, it's because it detected it as Twitch's auto detected as spam. That's why. They wanted to connect with you so they could ask you more questions about script writing and writing in general.
I have WIP Chat. I have a Substack that has most of my WIP Chat things on it, and yeah, I've done several of these workshops for the AuthorTube Writing Conference and things like that, because these are things that I really like to encourage, because if you write paper dolls in a white world, in a white room, nobody's going to buy your books. And these little weird habits are what fill out your paper doll for your characters.
Yep. So here's what I'd recommend. Go check out Mom Maggie's stuff on Ko-Fi, or you can join us in the Discord. Is another good way to connect with all of us. I'll drop the Discord invite. Awesome.
Yeah, here's hold on, pull that out. Here is my Substack.
Awesome.
And also, a lot of these are also older things that I've posted on my Twitter X. I'm actually re-going through. These are years old, so I'm actually re-going through all of these to update them. Yeah.
There we go.
Just
yeah.
it's
So Shav just said he'll join the Discord, so you guys can.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah. You continue on. I didn't want to disrupt you too
Oh
much.
no. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that yeah, I'm getting all the questions answered. Now here's the fun one for the last one, because we have about 10 minutes left in the workshop discussion that we all talk about.
And Mom Maggie, if you needed a little extra time, we started about 5 to 10 minutes late, so you're good to take a little extra.
I set these up to go through real fast. That's why I got the screens and everything. Yeah. So I'm asking everybody, what is the craziest or strangest thing about your whip world or your main character or side character? I told you Daisy's crazy thing. She has no concept of self-care when she is working on the problem box. Craziest thing in Elo is the whole do not touch me, do not look at me, do not speak to me, you do not have permission. So, I have these things. I like to write in these little quirky little odd things. Character. I'm just Mama Maggie Penumbra Mine on Discord. I don't normally use Discord because I live in a very rural area, and Discord is very data heavy, and my internet hates it. So, yeah. I know that in Rachel's world, in the Dragon Tasker world, one of the stranger things is that when you're jumping to the other realms, particularly Ordia, that the werewolf dark fae war thing, even though it's not a thing anymore, that the biases and stuff are still there, and it is very relatable. And that there are certain species that from Ordia that are not supposed to be on Earth, like under penalty of death. They cannot make the jump from the fantasy realm into the Earth realm without the secret Crimson organization coming after them. And that there are certain species that are on an immediately we shall kill you list. If we catch you, we shall kill you. And it is very heavy on this level of discrimination that most Western societies don't have. I mean, we used to have back in the day, but it is very, very thing. Rachel did a thing. She just said, this species are very discriminatory and they have slurs for each other, which that is a very real world relatable thing, but it is in a fantasy setting. Yeah, I know that in Jenna's Myrna Annals that there is this hierarchy that happens among the royals that is then lost, and they're not sure. Some of them are happy that it's gone, and some of them want to do everything possible to hold onto it. And the bias against the supernaturals, the Myrna, by the normal humans and the Hunter Society is a very existing thing that goes on, that is a lot like secret sex. Justin says, in my world, there are people in a triadic marriage, 2 men, 1 woman. Fun fact, that was something that actually happened quite often during medieval times and during the colonization of the United States, especially in the western mining areas, because men outnumbered women. Perhaps feeding one another is a thing. If someone else were to hand Gabriel a piece of food in front of Cineas, they'd find him grabbing their hand. This is a challenge. Yeah, that's dragon culture. He is the one who cares for his kindred. Jenna says, also the fact that the Myrna started the whole vampires and garlic lie because she is Spanish. Maria started the whole thing because she's a Spanish vampire who loves garlic so much. Yeah, that's a fun thing. That is a fun thing to do. In Relic of Time War, one of the things that happens is the Younger Dryas event, the Younger Dryas Ice Age event, is actually not a natural ice age. It is created by the shadow aliens. They start to cover the planet Earth, Terra Earth, which is the Earth equivalent planet. They put a tower on it to generate corrupted ice that is infused with time energy so that they can age the planet to death and then just harvest the remnants of the remains, because they live in a pocket dimension of collapsed space with abnormal time in it, and they don't have their own resources. So they reach out into the overworld and harvest planets. And so the Younger Dryas Ice Age that I have at the end of the Triassic period is actually a alien attack where they're trying to freeze our planet so they can shatter it and then just go through and pick through the debris for the resources they want. And there's a very fun scene where the geologic record says that millions of years have passed, but it's only been thousands of years, because the ice aged the planet and all the fossils, and created this fossil record that appears to be 65 million years old when it's actually only like 20,000 years old. And so that's probably the strangest thing in the Relic of Time Wars is there's actually a scene where Daisy and Karstein, who is my semi-immortal, and this general who knows them both, they're on a sailboat looking at Atlantis, and she's having Karstein tell her, well, what is that constellation? What was this constellation called when you were a child? And Karstein's like, well, this one was called the Predators, and this one was called the Guardian, and the Six Protectors, which would be the Orion constellation with the bright stars, 6 bright stars around it. Those were the protectors. And it is very interesting that, he's like pointing out all these constellations, and Capricorn and Aquarius are the 4 fishes and the great net. And he's describing all these things in terms of what he knew 12,000 years ago, before the Ice Age started, or 20,000 years ago before the Ice Age started. And so it's this very interesting thing of what is going on here. And then Karstein falls asleep, and the general asks Daisy, he's like, how bad is it for us that the geologic record shows that tens of millions of years have passed, but the astronomical record only shows that a few thousand years have passed? And Daisy says, in the best case scenario, cataclysmic, in the worst case scenario, apocalyptic. So it's literally this thing of time is an energy that can be focused, used, accelerated, decelerated. And to use a real world event to stage a fiction event, but with a twist, is a lot of fun to do. Ambrosia says, My mixed races have effects when it comes to the mixed races. When it comes to the abilities, twins can shapeshift for one side, and the other race causes them to change sizes in shifting forms. Interesting. So they can shapeshift and change their size. That's a fun twist. All right. That is the last one for us. Let's see. That's the end of the topics. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you found this interesting. I hope that you will find more resources that you can use. I am a huge advocate of sharing resources with everyone. And I'm going to post 2 links very quickly. Let's see. Copy this. The first one I'm going to share is 30 questions. Yeah, what is wrong with this? Why is my Q not typing? Q? These are just some resources for you. 30 questions that every writer should ask their characters. And no, that's not that document.
Yeah, trying to make sure that you had the right one there. Well, while you're doing that, let's do the giveaway. So if you want to get an option, a choice of one of Mama Maggie's giveaway items, you should definitely join the raffle right now. So to do it, all you have to do is type in #worlds. Type in #worlds into the chat. Let me get my screen share.
I'm sorry, for some reason, my Google Doc, it is not giving me the links from my Google Docs.
That's all right. So totally
odd. So odd.
Good.
Okay, let me try this one more time. Okay, yeah. Let's see that. Okay, there it is. 30 questions every writer should ask their characters. This is a character interview sheet to help you make a more interesting character. The other one that I'm pulling up is 30 questions every world builder should ask them, should consider building into their world, because the more interesting your world is, you don't have to put all the interesting things in it, but you want to intrigue that reader to stay in your world. Like in the Scarecrow world, his hat means so much. And the loss of memories, well, Scarecrow didn't have any memories to begin with, but everyone else losing their memories is a very terrifying thing in this world. And please check out my Amazon page and #world in the chat so you can qualify for the drawing to pick any book that I've written besides the anthologies. I can't send the anthologies because I don't have the rights to those, but everything else, I am willing to send you.
All right, and let's get this giveaway. So Mom Maggie, you want to be able to give away your one item. So this is for one of the books in your collection, correct?
Yes. You can pick any of my books that are just mine, not the anthologies, but any of them that are mine from any of the multiple series, because I am a genre slut. I have the coffee mug to prove it. And I I know that not everybody likes to read contemporary overcomer fiction. Not everybody likes to read bakery romances. Not everybody likes to read science fiction or science fantasy. If you like Greek myth AU, then the Spartan Chimera is the book for you. If you like zombies with political commentary, How to Become a Crazy Cat Lady to Survive the Zompocalypse is the book for you. Time travel, I've got you covered.
So all of the choices. So if you want to get an option to be able to choose one of this diverse collection, type in #worlds into the chat and you will be entered in the draw. Let me pull it up on screen and we will see who the winner is. So let me pull up our things. I have the giveaways here and let's roll the raffle. Let's see who wins. So we are going to draw and let's do it. Who's going to be the winner of one of Mama Maggie's? Megan, congratulations. Congrats, Megan. Really cool really cool job on winning this. You will absolutely be able to find a book that you really like. So let me drop in the giveaway thingamajigger somewhere around here.
Yeah, and Megan, you can reach out to me. I am pen number mine, MM Ward, on Blue Sky, Twitter X, Instagram, MM Ward author page on Facebook, and I am here on YouTube. I try to be everywhere. Just be sure to reach out to me and
So Mom Maggie, what we're doing is we'll collect all the information and then we'll get you guys connected. We'll make it super easy for you. So Megan, fill out the giveaway winner form and we'll get you and Mama Maggie connected so you can get the free book. And we'll get this we'll set it up next week. Awesome. Just drop that in the chat. So really very much appreciate, Megan. Glad you're able to win it. I think you're going to have a great time reading and you get to choose the book. It's choose your own adventure. You get to choose the book that you want to read. So I think that's awesome. Awesome. Well, Mama Maggie, it's been great. I've loved having you join us.
So much fun.
And I hope you'll come back for Jeopardy. We got Jeopardy.
I will be back for Breaking the Block. I believe I have a 1-hour break, which I have to go do the whole farm life thing because, that's the dogs have already come to the door like 3 times and they're like, why are you awake and you haven't fed us, evil, lazy human?
Like, you need to come.
Where is my scrambled eggs and rice? I am very a sad dog. I am starving and wasting away.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you then. It sounds like you'll be back in just a little bit. So I will
be back in just a little bit. Like I said, I have to go do the #farm life thing because that is my writer's life also includes farm mom life. So I will be running out to do all the chores and stuff like that. And then I will be back for Breaking the Block with Sam and Rach and all of the Breaking the Block crew, where we will be discussing what we do. And, are you stuck somewhere? Because we're the crew to help you.
Mm-hmm.
We're not professional writers, but we do profess to love writing.
Absolutely love it. All right, Mom Maggie, I'll see you back in a bit. And perfect. So we're going to move right along ahead. I know I'm very excited about this next one, actually. This next one, what we have for world building next in store for you is going to be epic. So, but before we do that, real quick, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the WriteNow community, 733 consecutive streams and counting. If you need a writing community with all styles of writers, all formats, just to help you be more consistent, to help you finish your book, reach those goals next year, whether you want critique sessions, writing events like this, fiction contests, or something else in between, make sure to tap that follow or subscribe button and you'll be alerted when we go live. All right. Ooh, I'm so excited. We got like so many great conversations. We've just gone from celebrating traditions, holidays, and things that really falls in that world building category. And now we're going to be hopping into our next world building styled event with here we go. Perfect. So I got this all queued up. So, creating a world that supports your story. Learn how to build a world that actually strengthens your story instead of burying it in random lore. This session breaks down practical tools for creating settings that serve character, theme, and plot. Perfect for writers who want depth without the overwhelm. So, without further ado, let me please welcome to the stage the incredible, the amazing, the wonderful world building expert, Marie Mullany. Welcome, my friend.
Hi, good to see you again, Jared.
Always good to see you. I'm like whenever we have our international friends here, I'm like always trying to figure out, see if we can make the timing line up. And I'm like, all right, we're streaming for 30 hours. We're making it work for all the international writers out there.
Yeah, so for anybody who's not aware, I'm Finnish. I live in Finland, which I swear does exist. We do. There are only 1 million of us, but we do exist, I swear.
And I absolutely love your YouTube channel. I love what you do with world building. So, but what I'll let you do, why don't you give your quick intro for anybody who doesn't know who you are, what do you do? What brings you here?
So my name is Marie Mullany, and I run a world building channel called Just in Time World Building on YouTube, and I write epic fantasy. I also write books on world building. One of which, the first of which I'll be giving away 3 copies of, 3 digital copies in this session. So, look out for that. Hey, Ilse, good to see you, neighbor from the Netherlands. And yeah, so that's what I generally do in this space. I also have a podcast with Maxwell Alexander Drake, who is an award-winning author and a writing coach, called Releasing Your Inner Dragon.
Which I highly recommend. Anytime I have both you guys on, let me tell you, Marie and Drake are like incredible with their like live editing feedback. You guys know me. I'm like nice and kind with people's feedback, and they're like, no, you need to fix this now because it's terrible. But it's like nice. It's like nice the way they frame it, but it's like, yeah. So I always appreciate having you guys on. I know I'm really looking forward to your world building presentation today. I see you have a couple slides up. What you can do is you can just holler at me when you want me to throw one of them, because I think it only let me throw one up at a time.
Yeah, 100%. So I want to start just with the PowerPoint deck, which is, there we go. Yeah.
Perfect.
So
and does it let you control it?
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Perfect. Well, I'll let you do your thing. I'll be backstage. You just holler at me if you need me.
Okay, how do I move from one slide? Oh, I've got it. Okay, cool. All right. So, what I'm going to talk to you about today is my overall approach to world building, how to world build in a way that supports your story so that it feels like you have this rich, deep world, like you have the 90% of your world building lore supporting the 10% the reader sees, without drowning in the detail, without spending like 20 years building your world, right? So, and the means that I've developed for this is just-in-time world building, and that is 100% based on the just-in-time software method, which is based on Toyota's just-in-time supply lines method, in case you were curious about the real-life lore around that. Okay, so what is just-in-time world building? It's basically a method where you create the elements of your world as you need them. But, and this is the important part, you have to maintain cohesive lore. Okay, so as we're doing this exercise, or as we're going through this presentation, what I want you to do is to think about either your current WIP or just a random new world. Treat it like a writing prompt. And let's walk through how you create a North Star for your world. Okay, because that's what this comes down to. You have to create a vision for the story you're going to tell so that all your lore coheres together and creates a world that feels as though everything fits together, but still allows you to create the lore as you write, rather than having to create all of that lore up front. Okay, so where do we start with that? We have to identify our audience. So who are we writing for? Remember that no story is written for everyone. Secondly, we have to understand our story. What is the core of the story we're writing? Thirdly, we have to define our world's big picture. What is our world like as an experience for the characters who live in it? Then we create plot beats and character arcs, and then we write. Okay, you can literally just finish these exercises and start writing almost instantly. And then you create the rest of your world as you go. So let's go through these in a little bit more detail. First is understanding your audience. Now, like I said, no story is written for everyone, right? If I'm writing a epic fantasy series, and that is my jam, I write epic fantasy, then I'm writing for the audience who enjoys Wheel of Time, Game of Thrones, the John Gwain's Bloodsworn trilogy, the Brian McClellan's Powder Mage, that's kind of the epic fantasy genre. So I make sure you understand the stories that your audience enjoys. Then make sure that you understand the kind of pacing that they enjoy, right? Do they want the galloping pace of a mystery? Do they want the slow burn of a Tolkien? How much time do they want you to spend on the world? How much danger does your audience enjoy for the characters, right? There are audiences out there who want only cozy fantasy. They don't want the characters to feel like they're in dire danger. They want to feel like the characters are challenged, but it's going to be okay in the end. And some of them want the George R.R. Martin level of danger, where you're every second in fear of every single character's life because you never know who's going to die. So that's kind of your scale of your danger. Then world depth. Some people really love a deep, deep world. They like a Tolkien-esque world, or a Jordan world, or a Brandon Sanderson world that seems to have depths for days. And then on the other side of the fence, you have people who want you to just skim over the world, or to use an urban fantasy world, to use an alternative of our world, so that they don't go too deep into the world. And you don't want to try and write for an audience who wants a light world, but then you're giving them this incredibly deep world. It's not going to impact for them. And then the last thing that you need to understand is what has a high impact in terms of themes on your audience. And what I mean by this is, let's say you create a story that by accident deals with substance abuse. Okay. You don't mean for it to deal with substance abuse, but you set up your magic system in such a way that people, they consume a drug, okay, or they consume some substance, and that gives them magical abilities, but it's also addictive. But you never deal with the impact of that kind of substance abuse in your story. This can create a thematic dissonance with your audience, because substance abuse can have a big impact for them. So when I talk about understand themes that are high impact for your audience, I by no means mean that you should avoid those themes. I mean that you should know what those themes are so that you can use them to create high impact stories for your audience. Okay, so those are the things you need to understand for your audience. Now we come to your story core. Yeah, so this is the very heart of your story, the kind of real North Star that you're going to go by. So the first thing to define is a touchstone. Now, what I mean by a touchstone is a thing that is the core of your story. For example, Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn, the touchstone core of his story is My Fair Lady meets a bank heist. Okay, because that's what Mistborn, that's what that first trilogy is. George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire, the touchstone is zombies meets War of the Roses in England, right? The others are the zombies. It's a zombie apocalypse, but there's also a War of the Roses going on. Okay, so that kind of touchstone helps you quickly orientate yourself when you're adding lore, right? So you're like, okay, how does this piece of lore contribute to making my touchstone more real? Or how does it detract from my touchstone? And am I okay with that? Then identify the main conflict. And by this, I mean simply what is the thing that your protagonist is trying to achieve, and what is the main thing stopping your protagonist from achieving that goal? And then create your protagonists and your antagonists, right? And at this point of the race, you're not looking for a detailed character sheet. You're not even looking to play questions. You're looking for, at most, like a role. So when I go through this, generally, I will say like, okay, this is the prince character, or this is the Justicar character, or this is the pirate character. Right? So you basically just define a character by the role they're going to play or the archetype they're going to play in the story. You don't have to worry about names or anything else at this point. We're looking for the North Star, not the detail. All right. So once you have your story core, we get on to the really fun stuff, which is your world's big picture. So what I want you to do is to think about the first impression somebody has when they walk into your world. Is it a hellscape? You know, are there volcanoes exploding everywhere? Are there floating islands? Is it a medieval fantasy world? Is it a African world? Is it a Bronze Age world? So I've recently created a world specifically for a Kickstarter fulfillment portion, and the world that I created there was a Bronze Age world. So when I created my first impression for this world, I said, it's a Bronze Age world where demon bowl magic is real. Okay, because I wanted to use demon bowl magic as kind of my core magic. So I built that whole world around this Bronze Age setting. And specifically, I drew very heavily in terms of the location of our world on the Levant and the Turkish highland kind of area. So places like Ur and Mesopotamia and so on, that kind of Bronze Age period. Then, what is the general tech level of your world? Okay. So, and you can put this in the comments. So what is the, are you in the Iron Age? Are you in the Bronze Age? Are you in the Classic Age? Are you in the Renaissance period? Are you in the far future, right? For a science fiction world, you know, do you have like an automated printer that produces food from energy? You know, what is your actual technology level at a first impression level, at a very, very high level? Your second question is, what is your magic level? Do you have magic everywhere? Is magic rare? Is it forbidden? Is it unknown? Is it busy dying, busy rising? You know, what is the actual magic level? So when I did this for this Bronze Age world, I said, okay, magic is reasonably common, but not a lot can be done with it. So because it's very dependent on the kind of bargains you can seal with these demons. So you have to catch a demon firstly, and a demon isn't quite what it is in our world. I defined it as something slightly different, but you have to catch a demon in your bowl, and then you have to seal a contract with it, and its power can either achieve what you want or it can't. So that's kind of the approach that you take. It's this whole negotiation. So while magic is fairly common, it's not, it can't do everything. So Ambrosia says medieval and modern transportation between the two. Yeah, there you go. So that gives you your technology level. And then what is your fantasy level? So your fantasy level is beyond your magic, right? Do you have fantasy animals? Do you have fairies in your world? Do you have spirits in your world? So what I did for my Bronze Age world was I said, okay, there's a demon realm called Quar, where these unactualized creatures live, and they are drawn into the actual world, into our world. And I used that whole conflict between actualized and unactualized, drawing on, I think it's Aristotle's philosophy, as the core of my magic system, right? So unactualized power can be turned into actualized power. And that was then how I built my fantasy elements for that world. Yeah, magic born based off race and birth, and it varies more with the gifts. Exactly. So Percy Jackson meets Game of Thrones is a good fantasy level. Okay. And then lastly, you decide, like, what are your dominant cultures, especially cultures that you're going to build with your story. And at this point, you might just jot down a note like, this is inspired by the Bronze Age Egyptian Middle Kingdom, which is what I did for one of my dominant cultures. And then I said for my other dominant culture, this is inspired by the Gaulish culture, the Gaulish culture in Europe during that period of time. So you kind of pick your places and your kind of culture that'll be the inspiration for your cultures that you're going to be creating in this world and how it changes. And that gives you a fairly strong idea of the overall direction that your world is going in. Okay, so then next we do plot. But now, when we're doing the plot tent poles, and I will go through these, you also think about what you will need world building wise to create your these to support these plot tent poles. Cleopatra didn't unalive her sister to become queen. Her sister became the first queen of all immortals. That's an interesting piece of lore. Okay, so this is plot tent poles that's kind of very loosely adapted from the Save the Cat method. And this is the way that I like to plot my stories. I don't necessarily write all of them, but this helps me give some structure to the stories. So think in terms of what world building do you need for each of these. So steady state is the state of your characters before the story. What is the world they inhabit in at the beginning of the story? And once you know what the state is at the beginning of the story, you then say, okay, what is the catalyst? What is the initiating thing that changes the steady state of your protagonist and your world? And then what is the point of no return? So the best example for exploring this remains Star Wars, just because beat for beat it fits in each of these. So if we think about the Star Wars A New Hope storyline, the steady state is that Luke is living on Tatooine and he is a moisture farmer. The catalyst is the arrival of the droids and the message of, like, help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. And then the point of no return is when his aunt and uncle is unalived and he has nothing to go back to. The plot is now in full swing. And in each of those, what is the world that has to be created? For the steady state, you need to know the life circumstances of your protagonist. So what are they doing right now? What is their job before the story starts? And how does the world support that? Then the catalyst. What world building elements do you need for the catalyst to happen? Right? Star Wars needed the droids to exist and for the droids to reach the planet of Tatooine. And then finally, for the point of no return, what world building elements do you need for that to happen? You don't need to build any of them yet. You just need to understand what you need, right? So for Luke, there had to be a means to unalive his aunt and uncle, So Ambrose Sofio said sibling rivalry for the crown. Okay, cool. That means you need a crown, you need a kingdom, and you need a brother and sister pairing. And you need an inheritance model that supports that sibling rivalry, right? That there can be a contest between siblings for the crown. So those are elements that need to be built. All right. Then in our Act 2, the tentpoles that support that basically happens there is you have the character reacting to the plot. You have the character hitting the midpoint climax where the plot changes. That's normally where you introduce a ticking time bomb, all of those kinds of elements. And then after the character has learned something that fundamentally changes their perspective and that allows them to drive towards the end. And then they spend the next part of Act 2 acting. So if we look again at Star Wars, we have Luke and Han, trying to save the princess, and they're in the Death Star, and they find Leia and they get her out, right? So this is all still the plot just dragging Luke along. But then the midpoint climax is Obi-Wan dying. Okay. And that changes Luke's perspective on a lot of things. And from this point onward, he is going to start acting. He has to drive the plot himself. And again, you have to think about what you need for these elements to come into play in your world. So where is the character going to spend their time reacting? Right? What is going to happen to them that will cause reactions? For Star Wars, there needed to be a Death Star. There needed to be, the villain. There needed to be stormtroopers. All of these are just elements that get to be created. Midpoint climax, there had to be, the duel with Obi-Wan. And then the acting part, where Luke starts driving the plot forward, is the part where he's got to be a fighter pilot. You've got to have the fighter pilots created. You have to have the rebel base, and so on. All right. And then finally, in Act 3, you have the false overcome, all hope is lost, and the turning point. So this is basically just the first attempt at success, which normally results in failure, resulting in the darkest point, the all hope is point, and then the turning point where the character realizes the actual overcome. They overcome the thematic question, the core conflict, and they succeed. Okay, so again, with our Star Wars example, Luke is participating now in the actual battle for destroying the Death Star, and he puts his faith in the machinery, right, in his targeting computer and all the rest of that. But around him, all his buddies are falling. The squadron's been destroyed. He takes his shot. He misses. Darth Vader is on his tail. This is his darkest point, the point where he's closest to death. And it looks like there's no hope of success. Like everybody is just going to be stuck under the Empire's under the Empire's boot forever. And then out of nowhere, you have the rescue from without, which is Han Solo shooting Darth Vader and giving Luke a second run. And this is where Luke has the core conflict question. Does he trust himself? And does he trust in the Force, or does he trust in technology? That is the core conflict of Star Wars A New Hope. And what Luke chooses to do is to put his hope in the Force And that then results in the turning point, in him destroying the Death Star and the resolution of the story. So, again, what needs to be created here? Now, for your third act, you probably don't need to create that much world building wise, because ideally what you want most of your world building introduction and creation to happen in the first 2 acts, and then the third act just flows along. So we've got a couple of comments here in the chat. Sister was supposed to be a brother because of a long line of males on the father's side. So yeah, that is a great setup for your being pulled along through the story. All right. So at this point, you have a strong idea of your plot, and you have a good start on your world. Okay. Now, the last thing to consider before you start going nuts with actually writing is just your character arcs. Okay. And here I like to use Dan Harmon's story circles. And what I do here is I don't focus on the plot elements. I know what the plot elements are. I've defined them in the plot. What I define here is the emotional journey of the characters. How does the character change by going on this plot-driven story? What does the character starts in the you phase, right? And then need and go is basically mapping to Act 1. Search, find, and take is mapping to Act 2. Return and change is mapping to Act 3. But the question is, how does the character get from you to change, right? What changes about them during this story, and how does that change happen? And what world building elements do you need for that change to happen, right? How does the character grow? Do they go from being, say, a cold, untrusting person to somebody who is willing to let, their partner into their heart, for example? Or maybe they go from being a jealous, grasping person to being more open-hearted and more willing to help others. Or maybe they go from being a uncertain, maybe they go from being, an uncertain person, like with suffering from crippling self-doubt, to somebody who is confident in themselves, right? Whatever your emotional journey is for the character, you map them on here. And what I also like to do here is map my antagonists onto a character arc that is negative, right? Because from the antagonist perspective, the story should read like a tragedy, right? So they fail to change in some critical way. And because of that failure to change, they fail in their story, and they are essentially destroyed through the story. And that's it. That's when I start writing. Okay. Now, you can see that at this point, I've only built at the highest level the world. I have only the North Star of the world. But that North Star is enough for me to get going, right? And once I start writing, once the words actually start flowing, then I find it much easier to actually build as I go. And the whole reason why I wrote World Building Blueprints, and could we swap to the screen I'm sharing? The whole reason why I wrote the book World Building Blueprints is to help people understand this process, right? So the first chapter is the whole process that I've spoken you through now. And then following on from that is everything else, right? So there's a chapter on adding your fantasy elements, creating your magic systems, where we talk about the purpose of magic. And let me quickly flip to a single page so I can zoom a little more. So we talk about this, the purpose of magic in this story, right? Is magic some kind of allegory? Is it just there for the rule of cool? Is it just there for the for a way to explore philosophical or ethical questions? What is the reason why you're including magic in your world? And then the actual, like, down to the knuckles questions. You know, do you have what is the source of magic in your world? What is the cost of magic? What can and can't be done with magic? How is magic manipulated? How do people become a mage, etc., etc.? So all of that is part of then this process, right? So all of these chapters come out of my process in terms that I'm like, okay, I'm writing. My character needs to cast a spell. Okay, let me stop. How does spell casting now actually work? Now I know, because I've defined it, what the core of my world is. I understand the kind of metaphysical overview. My world is based around demon bowl magic and sealing contracts with demons. So in order for my character to cast a spell, they need a bowl, they need a demon, they need to have trapped the demon. Okay, so how do I then make this a reality? And that's when I'll come to the magic section. I'll be like, okay, let me now detail how the magic works in practical realities. Or my character needs to take a journey from one city to another. Okay, how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to maybe create a fantasy animal. So in the add fantasy section, I might go to my fantastical fauna and flora and, you know, go take a look here at how do I create a fantastical animal with evolution? Or how do I create a fantastical animal using pure mythic logic if I want to do that? Like an animal that couldn't possibly exist under evolutionary conditions. And I create that animal in the moment. Exactly. So you can create a magical portal. You know you've got magical portals in your world, 100%. Now you go, okay, how do I make that real when I come to the writing part of it, right? So you don't get trapped into creating every element of your world. You write, and then you create your world to support that writing. But in order to make it coherent, you make sure that you have your North Star well laid out. You understand what you're writing towards, because otherwise you run the risk of writing non-coherent magic, right? Or a non-coherent culture, or a non-coherent fantasy element where it feels like you just slapped everything together, as opposed to actually writing something that makes sense. And the only reason I'm going to this page is because I really like it. This is the beginning of the cultures chapter. I just like the art in it. So that is my approach to world building, and that is the way that I have found to both create a world fast and to start writing fast. Because here's the truth about world building. I love world building. It is fantastic. I will never stop world building. But none of your world building matters until you put pen to paper. 100% of authors who don't write their story don't get published. Okay? You have to actually write. So the faster you write, the faster you hit the point where you're actually writing, the better. Now, you might be a heavy plotter, okay? And in that case, you might spend more time on plotting your story. And that is okay. Okay, that is perfectly acceptable. Your mileage may vary on all of these techniques. This is a creative process. Yeah, it is just a creative process. So, every person's process is unique, and that is 100% okay. Okay. But you want to get to the writing part because you want to actually finish the story. And that's what this process is geared around. So, questions are absolutely welcome. Thoughts, whatever you'd like to ask, or you can put, your thoughts around this in the chat, and so on. That is the end of my prepared remarks. So. Hello? Have I killed the chat? Completely stabbed it through the heart, either through my awesomeness or by boring you all to tears?
Hey, Murray, that was actually really funny. I think everybody's just so blown away and shocked by your all your world building expertise. I know I was literally picking up on so many different world building tips there. I was like,
yeah. So yeah, that's my approach. And this is the book. This is the book that people can get a copy of. So.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's actually a really, really good call out because we didn't get the giveaway lined up. So give me just a second. I'm actually going to get the giveaway going, which of course we're doing the giveaway for you, Marie. Let's see. Give me just a second as I continue to get my life together and figure out where I put the giveaway.
No problem. I'll talk to just Wendy Sports Corner for a second. How do you start building a world? So just Wendy, I would start with what story do you want to tell, right? So if you want to tell a story of, think about this in terms of what best supports your story. Let's say you wanted to tell a story of somebody who is wrestling with the question of what it means to lead a country. That was a very random example, but I'm staring straight into a book that kind of deals with that up on my bookshelf. So let's say that's your question, right? Somebody who's struggling with leadership. You're like, okay, so I want somebody thrust into a position of leadership. What's the best way to thrust somebody into the position of leadership? Well, obviously you could go for the royal, the monarchical approach of like a king. But what if you want to go sideways and you're like, okay, somebody's really randomly thrust into leadership. How about we use the Greek system of sortition? And you are put into a leadership position the same way you get selected for jury duty, randomly. Your name's pulled out of a hat, and now you're in charge of the city. Good luck. You're now part of the executive. The Greeks did that. They literally did that. That's how they selected the bull. Okay. So now you have a year where you have to serve as the executive of a city-state. Okay, now for that, you need a city-state. You need a city-state that runs the way Athens used to run and all the rest of it. And you've now got this person struggling to run a city. Maybe they're ill-equipped for it. Maybe they and then they get into all kinds of struggles and shenanigans. And through this process, they might learn something fundamental about themselves, which is the character arc and journey that they go on. And you just build the whole world to support that concept. So I hope that answers your question, roughly speaking.
And I know you literally have so much advice for world building. I know when I think about world building, I already have like 20 questions in the back of my mind. But first, let's queue up the giveaway. because you have so much valuable information and you have so many videos that you do on your YouTube channel for just-in-time world building. So let's give this away. Let me throw this up on screen. So for the giveaway, we're going to be giving away your world building blueprints book. Marie, do you want to just give like a little bit of a context, a little bit about this book?
Sure. So it takes you through that process that I've just discussed, the whole like creating your North Star. That's the first chapter. Then it's got chapters on creating the fantastical part of your world, so your magic system, your fantasy creatures, all of the rest of that. And then it's got your natural world, so creating your ecosystems, creating all of those elements. It's got a whole section, it's got a whole chapter on creating cultures, including a detailed model based on kind of real world anthropology. It's got a chapter on creating your economy. It's got a chapter on creating religions. And then it closes out with an exercise that I call a day in the life of, which walks you through how your characters actually experience the world.
I absolutely love that. It feels like there's literally so many elements and building blocks to literally the world building blueprints. So for anybody who's wanting to learn about world building, like it's literally all there. So absolutely highly recommend. If you want a chance to win this, type in #lore into the chat. So type in #lore into the chat for a chance to win the giveaway. I think Embro really wants to win this one. Embro, just because you type in multiple times doesn't put well, we're counting on you. We're hoping for you, Embro. You might if you're the only one who does it, then you'll definitely win it. All right, so type in #lore into the chat for a chance to win the world building blueprints. This is, I highly recommend. Like I know, well, I haven't read it. I know Marie's knowledge is absolutely incredible. Far surpasses my own with world building, and I'm a high fantasy nerd. So very, very cool. Awesome. So I'll let everybody do that. Type in #lore into the chat. We'll give it away in just a second. While we're waiting for that, Marie, I'm really curious. What is one of your favorite worlds out there? I know you made a lot of references early on with like all the fantasy nerds love, Wheel of Time, Lord of the Rings. I was like, yes, speaking my language. Of course, I always know I love those. But what's your favorite?
Okay, so my absolute favorite secondary world.
Okay.
So fully secondary, not part of our world.
Yep.
Is Catherine Kerr's Devery.
Okay.
Because it's so deep. And two, it's built on an unusual paradigm. It's built on the Druidic cultures, the Celtic cultures of Europe in the just pre-Roman conquest. So, and the way that she wrote the Devery series, the main character Jill is actually, you get multiple lives of her, right? So she's trying to achieve this thing across multiple lives. So at least half of each book is a past life where she fails and dies. Right?
Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. That's a really cool concept. Oh, that's a really cool concept, actually. So then it feels like that the plot, it sounds like, it feels like her main character journey is probably very heavily integrated to the way the world is constructed. So it feels synergistic between the character journey, the world, and the plot. And that's literally the perfect ground. I feel like a lot of writers, a lot of authors struggle with getting that perfect synchronicity with plot, character, and world building. Usually one or two of them are stronger than the third one, 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, exactly. So, and this is what makes Devery so beautiful, is because you have the character constantly failing and dying, and then you've got the present storyline where you're like, fuck, is she actually going to make it in the storyline, or is she just going to die again?
Oh man, I absolutely love that. Man, I don't even know what my favorite world is. I feel like my favorite world is it's probably like generic. It's probably like Game of Thrones or something like that. I'm not that creative these days. My favorite world is my own world that I'm creating. My favorite world is The Lands of the Last in this book called The Last Scarecrow by J.L. Kaufman. That's my favorite world.
So, I mean, obviously my own worlds are my favorite.
I know, we're authors. We're always biased. I think
Yeah.
I think with any author, that's probably like the default. Like, okay, of course we love our own the best, but
yeah. But the other thing that I really you know, the thing about Game of Thrones, for example, is I don't actually like the world building that much. I love Game of Thrones. I love the story. I love the character work and so on. But the world building, see, the problem is I know too much about the War of the Roses period. So I can see too much.
Because we know a lot of what George R. Martin took was on those specific and it
was those characters, you know. So there's
and he's been very vocal about that. Yep.
Yeah. So I love, I mean, I love the story and I really enjoy the characters, but the world building isn't my favorite. And I'll give you the converse. Brandon Sanderson is not my favorite writer, but I love his worlds. They're beautiful. They're in depth. They're lovely.
That is a really good point.
I just find his characters a little flat.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like when I think about my favorite world, it's hard because like I want to say Wheel of Time, but I think I love Wheel of Time because of the characters. I love the magic system. The magic system in Wheel of Time, hands down, one of the strongest magic systems.
Yeah,
I mean, absolutely. I think but you could say world building, like what's the strongest world? It's probably Lord of the Rings, but like Tolkien is the grandfather of Lord of the Rings.
So Tolkien's world is amazing for its lore, and it's got the best lore. Like it's got the best
the magic system lore in it. It's very like
very, very, very soft magic system. Very, very like, and it works for the world. There's nothing wrong with it, but you know, so it depends on kind of what you like. Like overall, that's why I say like overall in terms of the support that it offers for its story, the one I love best is Devery. So
would you say that is one of your favorite magic systems? Do you have like a favorite magic system? I'm like, my favorite thing is talking about magic systems and figuring out like why does a magic system work the way it does, and how can it be? How's it unique? How's it effective?
Yeah. So what I love, so magic system wise, it is a very light touch magic system. It's based on kind of the druidic magic systems, and it's fun. And I enjoy it and it supports its story, but no, it's not my favorite magic system. My favorite magic system is probably Surge Binding from Sanderson's Way of Kings, the archive.
Is that Stormlight Archive?
Yeah, okay. Stormlight.
I'm reading through Stormlight right now. I've never actually been that big of a Sanderson fan, but I only knew of him from A Wheel of Time originally until recent.
So I'm actually the other way around. I read Sanderson, where I've never read Wheel of Time.
I love Wheel of Time so much.
I've tried. I swear to God, I've tried.
It's okay. I'll forgive you. That's all right.
I could not get past book one. I just bounced off it.
It's okay. Maybe one of these days you'll get to it. The TV show did a disservice to the show. To the series. Oh man, TV shows that just can't do it. Okay, I could get into Game of Thrones season 8 until the end of time.
I can rant for days on season 8.
I will rant until the end of I will rant until the grave, and so will George R. R. Martin. So okay, giveaway. So let's give this away. World Building Blueprints is going to be an absolutely great giveaway. If you haven't typed into the chat and you need help with world building, whether that's magic systems, cultures, races, geography, you name it, type in #lore into the chat for a chance to win this World Building Blueprints book. All right, and I'm going to pull it up on my end. All right. Last chance, type in #lore into the chat. And perfect. You have 3 to give away. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
The code, Yeah, the code I sent you will work for 3 people.
For 3. Beautiful. Excellent. I was like, we're getting more in now. Like 3 people. I think you're making people feel like they have a chance now. This is great. So type in #lore. So we're going to be giving it away to the top 3, which means we will be doing 3 draws of this giveaway. Type in #lore into the chat. I really want to do it myself, but I don't actually feel that's fair. All right, type in #lore into the chat. Type in #lore into the chat for your chance to win. We definitely have some really good ones. Excellent. We have a good amount of ones. So let's queue it up. Let's give it away. We're going to do the first draw here. #lore, and let's do it. All right, and I had music. Stephanie, congratulations. Stephanie, congrats. You are the first winner. Winner, chicken dinner. So the first winner of this giveaway, I'm going to drop this form into the chat, and we are going to, let's see, does it exclude? I think it excludes previous winners. I guess we'll find out. All right, so Stephanie, you were the first winner. Let's see. Giveaway winner form. Mama Maggie, congratulations. I'm going to drop this form there. Congrats. We're going to draw one more time because Marie has 3 copies. So Stephanie and Mama Maggie are the first 2, and then we're going to do one more draw. So I'm going to need both of you guys to go fill out the giveaway winner form. And Vomika, congratulations, my friend. Wonderful. Really great work. So the 3 of you, Vomika, Stephanie, and Mama Maggie, fill out the giveaway winner form, even if you have won previously. Fill it out again because we need 1 submission per person. So fill it out. Marie's giving away 3 copies. Congrats. But even if you didn't win, no worries, because we have some more giveaways on the horizon. So totally no fret, bummer. Congrats, winners.
So just to people who want the book, you can buy it off my website. There's a digital version. Which is the PDF that I was showing earlier. There is an EPUB version, which is set up for reflowable text. So it's got less images and it's more like you can read it on a tablet. And there's an audiobook version. No physical version yet, because the physical version is still in the process of fulfilling its Kickstarter. So
excellent. So for the digital or the audiobook version, I love that you have an audiobook version, by the way. Most writers do it like the other way. They do the paperback and the digital and the audio. Good for you.
So I'll tell you a secret of my writing process. I always do a full audio narration of the book as my final edit.
And that is exactly what I'm going to do. That was exactly what I was planning. Because so many authors don't come out with an audiobook, and I'm like, it's missed money on the table because audiobook is the fastest growing.
100%. So that's one thing. It gives me an instant audiobook. But there's another thing that it does. Like if I narrate, even if I someday were to pay a voice actor to do a professional audiobook, right? I don't narrate it myself. I would still do that narration faster, because I find that if I record myself, I read differently. And if I read every word and I'm thinking about it as I read, I catch so many little things that make the final product so much better because I read through it.
Yep, completely agreed with that.
My advice to any of you and all of you is to, when you think you're done with the book, you go, okay, cool. Let me narrate the book. Even if it's just for yourself, let me narrate the book and get that final edit done. Yeah. So yeah, there is an audiobook for world building blueprints and everything else.
I completely agree with you. I think we talk about audiobooks and audio read-throughs all the time. I don't think anybody's recommended doing it as a final read-through. That was something that I've only recently started thinking about in my mind. A lot of the times I hear authors will do read-throughs in earlier drafts to hear the problems aloud. But that's actually interesting because you're essentially doing it as an addition to the proofread.
Yeah.
Then, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea.
It also lets you catch, little spelling mistakes and synonym screw-ups and all that kind of thing.
I love that. I'm all for it. But everyone also knows I love reading my stuff aloud. So after 250 live story critique readings, I do like doing live readings. Marie, it's been great having you.
It's been a
always
pleasure,
appreciate having you and your expertise and your knowledge all the way from the other side of the world. I'm glad we could make the timing work out.
Yeah, me too. It's a pleasure to chat to all of you. And I will see you around on YouTube.
And I know, right? Until the next thing that we do. I'll let you do, so for anybody who wants to find you, Marie, I'll let you do a quick outro. If you could do me one favor, and at the end of your outro, give me the best right now you can.
What? You want me to give you the best outro?
So at the end of your outro, or at the end of your spiel, just say right now in whatever way you want. We clip all the right now clips together, and they come out really cool.
If you don't write your story, you won't finish your story. And if you don't finish your story, I promise you won't publish it. I'm not very good at making future predictions, but 100% of authors who don't finish their stories don't publish. And you got to start somewhere. So that's my right now outro advice.
I absolutely love that. That was absolutely great. And then Marie, where can people find you? They want to know more about you.
You can start on my website, www.mariemulany.com. My world building channel is Just in Time World Building, and my podcast with Drake is Releasing Your Inner Dragon. That's basically my content areas.
Beautiful. It's also linked down in the YouTube description. And if one of our mods, we can throw it up in the chat so you guys can go find it if we haven't done so already. But congratulations again, everyone. Marie, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm sure I'll see you around.
Bye.
All right. Wonderful. Talk about such a great world building hour. We went from traditions and celebrations to world building basics, blueprints, and building blocks, which is literally perfect. And I totally blame both you guys, Mama Maggie and Marie. I now want to go work on Scarecrow, like right now. And I'm literally too sleep deprived and busy to be able to do it today. So you know what? Next week. Okay, so onwards and upwards, because we have some fun stuff coming up. Are you feeling stuck? Do you feel like you're trying to break the block? Well, you're in luck because we have the Breaking the Block team here. They're going to lead us in a really cool brainstorming session. I'm actually looking forward to see what they have cooked up for us and what is in store. And I think... Perfect. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let me pull this up. Okay, so we have our Breaking the Block session. Awesome. With the fearless leader, the amazing, the wonderful Sam Wicker. Are you feeling stuck in your WIP? Not sure why that last chapter isn't clicking or why your plot refuses to behave? During this interactive session, where we'll use prompts, cards, dice, and collective brain power to break through creative blocks and get you moving again. Without further ado, let me welcome to the stage the amazing, the incredible, like I said, the fearless leader, Sam Wicker. Welcome, welcome, Sam.
Hey, how's everybody doing today?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I am so glad you were able to join us and you were able to rally some of the troops and like get the team to come and do a little session. I've really been looking forward to this.
Thank you.
Let's see. So we'll bring the whole team up. So I know we have Mama Maggie. Welcome back. Rach, welcome back to the stage. And Stephanie, welcome. Good to have you on the Right Now channel.
Awesome. Everybody's here.
Now, I know Mama Maggie and Rach have been around here for today's stream, but Sam and Stephanie, you're new to today's stream. So if you guys can just do a quick intro, who you are, what you do.
So, hey everybody, I am writer Sam Wicker. You can find me on all the social medias and here on YouTube under writer Sam Wicker. I am a very adult fantasy writer, and most of it is romance. There is a lot of trauma, there's a lot of laughter, there's a lot of love, there's a lot of romance, everything that you want in your favorite characters, I write. And I have 5 of those books published, including Dominant, which is right back here, which is my latest publication, and it is love. I love those characters. So yeah, follow me.
Yay. Thank you so much, Sam and Stephanie. So good to see you. Hope the writing journey is treating you well. And I'll let you kick your intro.
All right. For anyone who doesn't know who I am, my name is Stephanie. You can pretty much find me by Stephanie M Woodson anywhere, YouTube, Instagram. I even have a website, stephaniemwoodson.com, that has a link to anywhere you could possibly find any of my books. I do have a few out, and they are mainly small town romances. But this year I am doing some more small town romances, but also some fantasy as well. That's about it for me.
Beautiful, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now, before we hop into your guys' session, real quick, we have a giveaway. So we're going to set the stage, and Sam, I'll let you just give us a little brief description. So we're giving away the Breaking the Block workbook. If you just want to fill in the details, what is this? We'll start the giveaway right now, and then we'll do the raffle at the end of the session.
All right, so I made this workbook just in case y'all are impatient for every Sunday's Breaking the Block session and you can't wait. So hopefully this workbook will help y'all work through whatever is blocking you, and it covers what your internal fears might be, some distraction syndrome things going on, and things of that nature to try to help you realize what's going on in your brain so you can actually get those words on the paper.
All right, wonderful. And if you want a chance to win the Breaking the Block workbook, type in #block into the chat. Type in #block into the chat. You're going to see over the course of the next hour just how much fun these guys are and just how helpful the Breaking the Block workbook is going to be. And Sam, like you said, so Breaking the Block is every Sunday. For anybody who doesn't know what Breaking the Block is, how'd it start? What is it?
So Breaking the Block is a brainchild of mine because my brain goes everywhere all at once. And we started doing them on Sundays. Now they're at 11 a.m. Eastern time. And what we do is basically walk through the process of what might be blocking our creative juices. So say, like for me here recently, I have been under distraction action thing going on. I do everything but open up my manuscript. So I need to figure out how to create a distraction-free zone, how to set up my environment. And so we kind of talk through that. We include people in the chat. So if somebody in the chat has a question, make sure to ask the question and we will try to help you out as best as we can. Caveat, we are not professional therapists, so just take everything with a grain of salt.
Well, I absolutely love that. Thank you for setting up the context. I will let you guys do your magic. I'll be in the back. Just holler if you need me. And you want me to drop the worksheet into the chat?
Sure, you can.
Okay. We'll also have it linked down in the YouTube description, so everyone can tag along.
All right. So, everybody, we are going to do one of the questions that we came up with. How finding the right community can make the entire process not feel so alone. And I will drop it in the chat here. There we go. Anybody want to start first?
I can start.
Well, I mean, as a writing either as a hobby or as a job, it's not something you do as a group usually. It's usually a very solo thing. So I feel like finding the right community, the right type of writers, because just because you write and you're a writer doesn't mean that everyone else that's a writer is going to be the right type of crowd community to gather around you. So I also feel like if you get into the right community or you make friends with the right writing group, writing friends, be in person or online, it can really help you feel not so alone, and it sometimes be a good sounding board. And I think that's what, yes. Forgot where I was going with that. Sorry.
It's okay. This is what breaking the block is. We just,
Well,
tumble around each other.
we've all been sold the great American writer Thoreau myth. You go, you sit by yourself in a cabin in the woods, and you write the great American novel. What they don't tell you is that middle-aged old white guy sat there with mom and 2 servants feeding him and cleaning up for him and doing all this thing for him. And it's very easy to be like trying to write and trying to have like today I had to take an hour break and missed half of what Marie was saying because I have a farm and I have fur babies and I have that whole life. And it, you go to a job, you're gone for so many hours a day. There is so much noise all around when we just want to be here and here with our words. And it's isolating because most of the time, let's admit it, Rachel's one of the lucky ones that's married to a fellow writer. And your hubby likes to, my hubby has never read any of my books. Oh, wait. Sorry, that was my alarm telling me to get ready for breaking the block. But we all have this idea, we've all been ingrained with this idea that or like with the Stephen King thing, you have to write 100,000 billion words before you even have a cup of coffee in the morning. No.
I can't even function without a cup of coffee.
You can have my coffee when you pry it from my cold dead hands. No, but we've all been sold this life, and that we should be completely isolated as writers. And I'm here to tell you right now, straight up, that's what I have to go scoop up out of the backyard and clean out of the barn and scoop out of the litter box. It is not true. Writing needs, as creative people, we need to kind of, even as introverted as all of us are, we need to be able to share that. We need to feel like there is someone on the journey with us, even if it's just through the pixels. And finding your writing community, finding your writing tribe, and yes, I can say that word because I am Indigenous American. So there is this wholeness in it, this family. They say it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to write a book, because believe me, the book is a lot more difficult than the children.
Most of the time, multiple of them.
But no, it's there is always someone out there, and but YouTube is where I found my writing community, and I started on Wattpad and Inkitt. And I found writing friends there and reading friends there. And I moved on to YouTube, and I just bloomed when I found YouTube because I found all these people that I could relate to. Did I find some communities that were kind of gatekeepery? Yes. Did I find some communities that were built on the premise of a small group of people that build themselves up while they tear everybody down? Yeah. And all you do is just go, oh, unsubscribe, move on. But the most important thing about the community you find here is it's a no judgment zone. like it's our little corner of AuthorTube is all about let us help you. And by helping you, we're helping us, because none of us are professionals. None of us have the writing and literacy degree. You know, we're not literary professionals. We are real people who lived real lives, who suffered real health crisis, and now we're really writing.
Exactly.
Oh, foodie chat has taken over. Queso. Foodie chat. Sorry, this is another thing you will experience with breaking the block. Food always comes out. There's an AI rant somewhere, and we will go off the rails at some point.
Yep. Always. Never fails.
But we help each other, and that's the main thing. Being able to find other people that are experiencing similar things to what I've experienced through the years, and also finding people who are completely different from what I've ever experienced as far as writers are concerned. That has helped me open my mind up to different things. And it also, we support each other. The fact that you just have to find the right community, like everybody's been saying, make sure that they're all up for helping each other and they don't mind sharing. We brainstorm. That's what to me, this is what breaking the block is. We're given questions and we brainstorm those questions from our own experience. And you can take advice, you can leave the advice, but we're just trying to help. And while we brainstorm, we wind up also moving on to other subjects that also might pertain to the situation, or wind up helping somebody else that happens to be in the chat or here in the group itself. We've helped each other tons because we were brainstorming something, and the next thing you know, it's like, oh, I didn't think about it that way. So its main thing is for me was, even though I do have the hubs that can write at first, I mean, for years, he didn't even, after we got out of the fan fiction groups that we were in, he didn't touch writing for years. So I was like just floating by myself until I found AuthorTube and found some of the different communities that are within it. And then, I went through that process of eliminating certain ones and grabbing hold and not letting go of others. So that's just something that happens with it.
Yeah. And I agree with everybody in the chat too. Writing is therapy. This is the start of a good community. And our communities can interact and overlap and all that good stuff, because I know here Kaufman has an awesome community, and every now and then I jump over here and it's like, hi, and then I go back to my little hole. But it's not like our communities gatekeep one another either. You can be part of all the communities that you want to be, and you find different types of help in each community, or you offer different types of help in each community. You gain something from everybody that you meet, because this thing in life, you learn. That's one thing that is awesome about being a human. Let's see. Yes, they are book babies for a reason. Also essential to have a community that includes a variety of skill levels. We all help each other up the ladder. Exactly. So my community, like everybody right here, we beta read for each other when we get a chance. Even though we don't necessarily write the exact same genres or subgenres, it's close enough. And yeah, it's a lot of help. Having a writer community also means having confirmation that you're not insane, or that you are, whichever applies. So yeah. Let's see. Nicole.
I agree with Nicole. I kind of need a community when it comes around that, people who have foul mouths, just relaxed. I like relaxed is what I like.
Yeah. She popped up the question, what's essential for you in a writing community? And one of her answers is foul mouths. And I have to agree. You have to be kind of chill. Yeah, to be to be in
I agree. I mean, you don't have to be like swearing all the time, but I also feel like I don't know if she meant it this way, but I feel like if you want to have a writing community and people around you that aren't going to filter themselves when they're interacting with you, not gonna like sugarcoat everything they say or do towards you, like know that around you.
No, there's a time and a place for everything. Like, you know, be civil and be nice about it. Be kind, whatever the word is. But at the same time, be relaxed. Don't put your mask on constantly. I like it when I come into a community and I don't feel like I have to put a mask on. That is the deal.
Yeah. Community to me is where you are most comfortable. They are your chosen family here online, pretty much. So yeah, foul mouths, kindness, you know, pulling your hair out every now and then going, what am I doing wrong? Laughing and foodie talk, the hatred of unicorns, chaos and structured mayhem. Yes. If you can choose to be anything in the world, choose to be kind. Exactly. And Nicole chooses to be a menace. That's kindness adjacent.
It's with love. Be a menace with love.
Right?
And laughing and foodie talk must have and pet cameos.
Yes. For those of you who haven't really been over to my channel, you will often hear Kona in the background snoring, and it happens. You either like it or you don't. All right. So
yeah, we don't censor our pets.
Not at all.
Most of my live streams and videos will either have we'll most definitely have my cat in there, and most of the time it's very rare you don't see a live stream or a video for me that does not have one of my children in it. Mainly my youngest, because he doesn't mind so far. He'll jump in the background, and so
Seen several cat booties. Love it. All right, so anything else?
What kind of unicorns cause the unicorns of darkness sound promising? We don't talk about unicorns. If you've been around Breaking the Block or Character Randomizer, you know I have a pathological hatred of unicorns. So evil soul-sucking prima donnas.
And that's the reason why I put unicorns in every single Character Randomizer slide.
Just so that I get it. Yes, we are definitely Chaos Entity.
Yes.
Entities. Yes, exactly. They suck the souls of the living out. Ambrosophiо, you and I are friends now, forever.
Unicorn horns make epic sword materials. Yes, they do. All right, so Maggie's community has to have a hatred for unicorns.
Well, if you all enjoy coffee and not sleeping, then you should join my community on this side, who doesn't have a problem with unicorns, by the way.
Yeah.
And if you like dragons and coffee and
yeah,
and doggos.
I might join that community. My talking fish story has a dragon in it, so that'll work.
There you go. All right. Mine, you just have to put up with rambling and a dog snoring, and we're fine. All right. So just to move right along, here is the next question, if I can get it over here. So, what are the reasons why you might fear your book being published? Off with your horn.
Well, I can think back to my very first book being published, and that was the fact that people I knew in real life might actually read my book. And what if they don't like it? That was like a 2-week spiral of like, what was I doing? But eventually I got over it. How do you get over it? I don't know. You just go all in and hope for the best.
I worried nobody would want to, or no one would like the characters, was one of the big things, because I really love my own characters. And when, people can say you're great with the technical part of your writing, but I always had this fear that they wouldn't like any of the rest of the stuff, that it would be like, oh, well, it's a standard this, that, and the other, and not really enjoy the characters themselves. But since pushing the publish button, I have gotten so much feedback about the characters being the reason they continue reading the book. So I'm very proud of that, being somebody who loves the characters. That's my big thing. I've never really worried about like sales and stuff like that. It was just mainly that part.
I am a terrible writer. I love world building, and I need a place to put all that world building, so I do the writing. I just published because I had someone early in my days when I was querying tell me, you shouldn't do this. You have brain damage from a stroke, and it's obvious you should quit writing. And I was like, really? Tell me no is the fastest way to make me run at something as hard as I can, because I live by this thing that I am going to overdo or fail gloriously.
We still need the name and address of that person, by the way.
No, I just sent them my Amazon page.
There's a few things on there.
Just a few.
Just a few. So Nicole says, fear of people finding out that you're a fraud and really have no idea what you're doing. That, I get that. Mine is kind of related to that, but mine is mostly that my representation of certain mental disabilities and syndromes and everything will be seen as me not knowing what I'm talking about, even though those are related to my experiences with that syndrome, disease, whatever. So yeah, fear of being attacked over that is kind of my thing.
I don't think you have.
I relate that.
Fear. I mean,
it's irrational though sometimes.
Your writing's amazing. You shouldn't think that way, but we all hear the imp though, and we've talked about this on multiple Breaking the Blocks. We all hear the imp, and the thing with the imp is you hear it in the voice of the person whose acceptance, love, admiration you wanted to earn the most and never did. That person that you were never good enough for, that is the voice that talks to you back here and says, oh, your writing is crap. Your characters are stupid. No one is ever going to read your book. You are wasting your life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that is the last person you should be listening to. And the fact that, unfortunately, as adults, we've all had that one person in the background, and they live rent-free in our head. And even 15 years of therapy cannot dig them out. But eventually, we learn to just duct tape them to a chair, throw them in the closet in the back of our brain, and lock the door.
I mean, we use writing for therapy, so therefore...
Exactly. my family will hate me for writing fantasy and it goes against God. This right here, born and raised Baptist.
Yep.
You have gay characters?
Yeah.
Yep, that one.
That was one of the rejections I got is, can you make your gay couple straight?
Oh my gosh.
No.
No. The answer is no.
So that is a very, very valid fear. And I highly suggest writing under a pen name, and you never tell your family at all. I have a huge family. There are hundreds in my family. And I guarantee that 3/4 of them have no clue that I have a YouTube channel or that I write. And there's a reason for that. I did tell my aunt, who is a preacher's wife, that I write, and I gave her 3 of my books because I'm waiting on it. There are some fights that you want to take.
Sarah's right. I have a shirt with imposters don't get imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Mary says a fear of success can be a fear of future expectations. This is true too for us introverts. Doing book signings or conventions or speeches or something like that can be a very real fear. And that community, this right here, creating your own channel, if you have the time and the energy to do so, will help with speaking and meeting new people, or at least it has with me. So hopefully it will with y'all too.
Reaching out to other authors to help out with events and stuff has helped me further even than that. And then also, I mean, even if you just like, I'm not really consistent so far on video making, for instance, but I'm working on it. It's a work in progress for me. But I do find that short form live stuff is a lot easier for me than doing, the big process of the video making and stuff. Because again, the imposter syndrome pops up and I'm like, why do I even bother? But I usually get comments on my videos, and I also have gotten people saying, oh, thank you for doing that subject. I didn't know how to do that, and that was great, So, I mean, I must be doing something right if it helps somebody. So
Right.
that's the way I look at it.
Mm-hmm. Jenna says, parents also said that I had to go to college and get a real job because writing doesn't pay the bills. No, I just make 3 times what they do and talk writing daily because you enjoy it. Way to prove them wrong. You got this.
Awesome.
And don't let anyone tell you that nobody's going to read your book, nobody wants your book, because I guarantee you there is one person out there that is going to read your book and go, this person wrote exactly what I want to read. Mm-hmm. And we always talk about in AuthorTube, write the book you want to read. Don't write for the trends. Don't write for the tropes. Don't write for the lie of the great American author dream. Write the book you want to write. Write the world you love. Write the characters you want to be friends with or enemies with, or just slap in the back of the head and go, what were you thinking?
Yeah. Because one, you're going to end up reading it over 100 times anyway, so you better enjoy it. And 2, those characters are going to live with you forever. So yeah, it's.
You are definitely not the only person that writes gay werewolves.
No, I'm out.
No.
I have gay.
I write gay dragons, gay werewolves, vampires.
I have a gargoyle shifter who has a long-term relationship with a werewolf whose soul keeps getting reincarnated because they made a deal with the moon entity back in ancient Egypt, and it has gone on for thousands of years now.
Yeah. I like that, Nicole. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm dang sure I'm going to plow forward anyway. I love it.
I find the most success that way. That's what I'm like. If I didn't plan it, but it was happening anyway. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go with it. And the next thing you know, something good comes out of it.
Yes,
So,
but you have Senius, the Chaos Dragon, who just goes where he wants to go.
Constantly. Making commentary.
Yep. Let's see.
I'm still waiting to see the short about when Senius and Gabrielle finally move in together. And they're going to have 2 jars of peanut butter. One says for spoons and one says for spreads, because you know that Gabrielle is not going to tolerate Senius sticking his finger in the peanut butter to eat it.
They've been together in our stories for so many years, and Senius will still walk into Gabriel's office and purposely move shit out of the way. He's like, let me move this. All right. And they'll let me watch as Gabriel goes over and neatens it up. And then just glares at him.
Yep. All right. Let's see. Yes. And practice does make perfect. Like Jenna said, practice, the unhermit mode. I can talk today, I promise. I've only had 1 cup of coffee.
So speaking of that, I always felt like, I've made lots of blogs and videos. I've been on lots of live streams. I felt like, oh, I could totally get in front of a real person in real life audience and talk about my book and it'll be fine. It was not the same. It's not the same.
It's just practice. It's not the same.
I'm glad I did it and it's over and done with. And I'll, if I ever get asked to do it again, I'll do it again. But it was just at our local library, so it was a very small group, thankfully. But it definitely did not feel the same.
Yeah.
Not really.
Well, working through the steps. I mean, you think about it, Stephanie, when you were doing your 5 Find Freedom vlogging.
Yes.
That was your stepping out. That was you beginning. And then you started your writer's journey and every people here got to be lucky to see the slope of that. And it's just, and it was like,
there's a definite difference between There's a difference between me pulling out my camera and filming everything our family was doing as we were traveling across the nation from one coast to the other, as opposed to me talking about what I was creating. There's a definite difference between the two, but I do feel like me being, doing all the family vlogging, travel vlogging, it helped me as I went into my author journey and sharing about that. I don't know how I would have done if I went cold turkey starting about my writing journey and not doing anything else before that. But yes, yeah, you were there from the beginning, Maggie.
Yeah. So it's and like I told you about me getting the rejection letter and just going full on board. Finding your group, finding people that are willing to match your crazy, because a lot of people think authors are going. We don't talk to dead people. We don't see dead people. We talk to imaginary people. We talk to the voices in our head.
Who says we don't talk to dead people? I mean,
we turn dead people into characters so we can talk to them. Okay, that's the truth. It fills something in our souls that we all need, that everyone here in the chat needs. Like Nicole said, they stumbled into a best-selling anthology just because she was hanging out with a bunch of us here, and we were like, yeah, let's do this thing. Support the animal rescue. Talk about bog hags. That bog hag discussion. Oh, my Lord.
That was great. I remember that.
And Krampus just came out. So, bog hag and Beltane and Krampus, it's, little, and it's little things like this. And
it's like we just needed somebody to organize it.
That start and any idea. No, you're like, oh, this is a stupid idea. This is crazy. Nobody's ever going to want to read this. No, somebody will.
Yeah.
Believe me, we will.
Yeah.
No Karen's allowed zone. Yeah, 100%.
Jenna says my characters sometimes come out of my face before I can stop them too. Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a mean person. I'm a really nice person, but I will kill you in my books. Over and over and over.
That's the thing that I cannot do. If there is somebody that I hate with a passion, I am not going to put them in my books because that means that they're going to live forever. I just can't. I cannot.
Jane, 100%. How boring is it in their heads? No story at all?
Very boring. I can't. And that's another thing about writers. Most of us can't imagine not creating something, whether it's still in writing, whether it's doing some kind of arts and crafts or something like that. So that's another way that you can break the block too, is one, interacting with the community like we talked about. Two is, if you have a block in your writing, maybe going over to your crochet project or your painting project or something like that to take a break from your writing will also help too. But talking out in a community setting, like with us, with here on the chat every Sunday, 11 a.m., or I'm sure in Kaufman's community as well, because I've seen a lot of chats where they're talking about their writing and working through the problems and all that good stuff. And on everybody's channel here.
Yeah. Join the WriteNow Discord. They have regular writing sprints. They have story development discussions. They have Are You Blocked? They have their own little section of their server that's Are you blocked? Are you stuck? Do you need help? And you can put it out in there. My coffee mug is donuts. It's I have people in my story that and when they read my story, they get very grumpy because they know the names have changed, but the behavior has not. And I'm like, I'm sorry, you just make a really good villain.
I know Maggie's read one of my first books, I believe. And I changed almost everyone's name in that series of books, except for my mother, because she was the only one I felt like wasn't a villain in my crappy chocolate upbringing. It was based on true events trilogy. And I told people I was writing it. People I went to school with I was writing it. And so they read it and they're like, oh, I recognize that person. So I didn't totally hide who they were. I just changed the names basically and maybe a little bit of description of what they looked like. But for the most part, everyone could tell what they were.
But tomorrow was so relatable because we've all known those people. And that is a thing that I enjoyed about it. It was like, hey, I know we grew up in different parts of the country, but we had the same neighbors. And that's the way it is in Author Two, in our little corner in the writing community, is you will find someone who will know the person not that exact person, but that personality. And you were like, yeah, and I bet they did this too. They did? Yeah, they did. Okay, so how do we put this in a story? And plausible deniability is a great thing because it was like, no, that's not you at all. That's someone that I met on the internet and talked about with on the internet. And
yeah, well, look out for my memoir because that's going to be fun.
That's what I originally was going to do. I was going to write it as a memoir, but then I was talking to my sister, who's a year younger than me. We remember key things differently, but they happened. Just key things we found out certain details about our mom or dad or whatever. And then I was like, okay, maybe the details specific, like how it was brought up, doesn't matter. But the journey from horrible pit of despair to light at the end of the tunnel is more of what the story was.
Well, that's
about
for me, it's going to be like an author note. It's like, this is my experience. This is what I experienced. This is what I remember. This is what, and honestly, I'm trying to figure out if I want to do it as a memoir, as in like for straight up memoir, or if I want to do a fictional kind of memoir, so that it's like like Maggie said, plausible deniability. Not that I care about most of these people's feelings, but the fact that that I can just be like, hey, this is a fictional character, and so if some of the details are kind of marred compared to what other people remember, then that doesn't matter as much. It's more for the dramatic flair of it.
Yeah, another reason I didn't really care if certain people read my book. Okay, so I was in foster care for a while because of my dad, but it doesn't matter if my dad ever reads it because he's no longer among us anymore. So that happened a few years after I finished writing the book. And I know for a fact he never read it. So, but, so there's people in the book that make poor choices, but everyone knows what those poor choices were. They weren't like hidden. So,
that's like what I was talking about in my world building workshop, is adding these little odd idiosyncrasy behavior to characters based on real people, gives them a relatability, gives them a depth, gives you the ability to go, I knew person adjacent to this person. I knew someone with this tick. I knew someone with this personality trait. And oh yeah, he was a total dirtbag. And, and our life experiences, I mean, we all look at the world through our own experience goggles.
Yep.
Which is why being a part of a writing community is so important. It's having beta readers is so important because they don't have the same goggles you have. They will look at you, look at your book, baby, and they will go, did you ever think about this thing? Did you see this thing with the pacing? Because we live in this world, and sadly, there's this thing, your brain will correct things that you know as canon without having ever explained it in your book as canon. Yep. So, yeah, having a community, having people that can reach out to, having people to bounce ideas off of, like the very beginning of My Husband Wants Me, that was just a hysterical conversation and has turned into an amazing book series.
It was supposed to be a standalone, y'all.
These are things that having a community around you, having people, even if they don't read your genre, don't know you personally, don't know the people in your life, don't know your characters, having someone from outside here looking at the things and going, you need to fix this, or this is amazing. That can really help with your writer struggle and overcoming the imp. Because even negative feedback helps tell you that you are going in the right direction. You don't just find your way over the mountain by climbing straight up the cliff face. You got to zig back and forth. You got to take the cutbacks. You got to scramble through the scree field. You got to avoid the lightning. But you will get to the top. Don't be afraid. Someone is waiting for your book.
Yeah. Been the same. Jane says my characters get, we'll say, antsy with me if I go too long without writing for them. And Ambrose says, I feel like my baby is needing attention because my writing was my first child, but my flesh and blood took the bigger step at her birth. Now my book is that nagging middle child stereotype. Oh, goodness. And Jenna's older brother read the first book and texted her, the Baroness is mom, isn't it? I love it. And this is another good thing too. Did research on biographies of other authors to help boost my writing spirits, and then I'm a welding scrap artist. I like that.
That's cool.
Yeah. So that could be another thing, is listen to the experiences of other authors and just know that you're not alone. Even if you feel uncomfortable interacting with the community, just being there to listen will hopefully help you too. Mary asked, anyone use people you admire in your book other than yourself?
Dawn does. Dawn uses people from her real life, or at least pieces. And I find that I do that sometimes. Like there will be pieces of like 3 different people in real life melded into one character.
No.
So it's not it. I can't think of anybody that I've actually copy pasted from real life into my fiction so far. Like I said, I mean that other book that's going to be kind of loosely based on real life, that might have some in there, but not in our fiction world right now.
Yeah. I have dad and mom and my grandparents, little pieces of them in a lot of my characters, just because they are who I looked up to for like 30 years of my life. So yeah, they're going to be in my characters because they're funny and they're traumatized. And
in the world of Pagosa Cliffs, I have my grandparents and their siblings and other people of that generation that I know. Aunt Elizabeth, 104 years old, still running her B&B, still just hysterically funny about everything. I have a lot of them in the Pagosa Cliffs world that you see. And there's in a couple of the teenagers in Pagosa Cliffs, you'll see TDM. All of you will recognize her when she pops up. It's like, oh, there she is. But yeah, it's when you put real people into a book setting like that, be respectful, and unless they don't deserve it, and then change the name so you're not liable for slander. But
yeah.
So after I switched to my small town romance series, I would say I picked up like different character traits or quirks from random people I've known over my life, and I put them into the different characters. But I wouldn't say one character is exactly what love this one person. It might be like the way that they like tilt their head, or the way that they handle, I don't know, yet another thing going wrong in their life, or the way that they like make breakfast, or the way they have their coffee. So just different quirks from different people I've met, or sometimes just create it in my own brain. But I don't think I've done like a hero or villain that's replicated over one person that I know in my fiction world. Anyway,
I have 3 bad moms. They were bad moms that I mashed up and put together to make a couple of my mom villains in Pagosa Cliffs. And people are like, that is so disturbing. No one would ever be like this. And I'm like, oh yeah, they will. They were my neighbor and I called the sheriff on them.
When I wrote my Belmore Inspired by True Events trilogy, I gotten a few comments off and on through the years in the beginning, and they were like, oh, this wouldn't really happen, or you wouldn't go to the police station here, or that's not how a 9-year-old talk. Or my least favorite one was, we need more details in this particular chapter. And I was like, well, this is the book for you then. And that went on. But like people have just opinions about what they think something should occur, or how something should happen based on their own experiences in their own life and what they think is the proper way to handle stuff. So,
and truth is stranger than fiction. That there's a reason that is a saying. There are things, that I've had people tell me, it's like, oh, that's not how that would happen. And I'm like, really? Because like I witnessed it. Like, I saw this happen. It may not have been this way. Yeah.
Yeah. In the IRL, this is what really happened. And I toned it down for the book.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I've written stories, and I've also, I write articles too. So that's what I'm talking about right now, because like I said, I've not done it to the fictional world so much, other than the coffee. The coffee is important. The way we make our coffee is important, and Cineas will make sure that I always make sure his coffee is correct. Whereas Gabriel drinks his black, period. That's end of discussion. You know, that's the only quirky thing from real life that I put into the fictional stuff. But when I've written my articles and stuff, I have had people in the comments section go, oh, well, you know, they're op-ed pieces, right? So they'll be in the comment section and going, where would that happen? The South? How about small town America, maybe? You know, how about, you know, step out and travel all through the southern states and actually stop and meet people and talk to people, and you know. So that was
some towns though. Just do avoid some towns in the South. Just
yes.
Mary Last ZB8RE says, so many talk about putting people in as villains. I was wondering about your heroes. Yeah, so, I do. I even, one of the big heroes in Pagosa Cliffs, saves people, is actually built on my grandfather's cattle pony.
Yeah. Harry in the My Husband Won't series is like a combination of my brother, my dad, a couple of my cousins, and so he's like the trauma. My brother and a couple of cousins went through almost that kind of trauma that he did. So they're in there. My dad is in a lot of my male characters, especially the gruff ones, like Regis. Dad is a lot like Regis, where, you know, there's few words. And there's chuckles because he tortures everybody else. But yeah. So yeah.
I guess the closest that I can come would be Eustace, or aka Nathan. He's kind of a culmination of one of my uncles and my birth grandfather, whom I got to know off and on through life because I was adopted. And the way that, and I hadn't thought about it until you mentioned, you know, hero and a good guy but because Eustace is primarily a good person. He just has gone through enough that, and he's also got these old traditions that have set him apart from other people, and have made him make decisions that perhaps weren't the best decisions, but at the same time, he decides to just go with it because, he's messed up, so he might as well, you know, fix it and do the proper thing. And that reminds me of my grandfather, so. And my uncle on that side.
Yeah. Okay. Before we need to head out, since we got like 5-ish minutes left, do y'all want to say one trick that you do or one step that you take to break out of writer's block whenever it happens?
Sure.
I jump around so much, and I project hop like an insane person, which has been really weird for me for quarter 3 and 4 of 2025. The way my brain, OCD gold brain, went, oh look, I only want to work on this one thing. No, my recommendation is, I posted earlier about the interview questions. If you're stuck with a character trying to get a character or a scene in, 30 questions for world building, 30 question interview for your character. Find a way through that. The other thing is my biggest thing, and I got this from Natalie Locke, flash fiction. Do some random flash fiction prompt to break your brain out of where you're stuck. And if that doesn't work, skip the scene you're trying to write. Just skip it. Skip it because there is something in that scene that your writer muse is going, no, I don't like that. And who knows, maybe if you skip over it ahead, you're working ahead, you figure out something better to go in that place.
A lot of what she said, I just don't do the flash fiction part. But also like the hopping between different projects, that helps me out. Also, something that's more just, simple for me is hop in the car by myself and blare music as I'm driving down the road that helps get me back in the mood for the scenes or the situation that's upcoming. And a lot of times lyrics, the way the music sounds, everything really gets me past the block and makes me excited about a scene, because I'm one of those people that do have the movie. I have the movie in my head as I'm writing it or reading it or seeing it. So the music will help stimulate that part.
So I do things a little bit differently. So I found that in the past when I have writer's block and I just try to plow through it or tried even to write something different, it just doesn't work. And then I get into a state of I can't produce anything for like months at a time. So I've learned that when there's writer's block, I just do something differently. It could be like drawing or coloring or going outside or like watching a video or a TV show. I just take a step away from the writing, and then I found, which is weird, I found the muse comes back to me sooner than if I'm trying to figure a way around it, because I can't like skip ahead chapters and write something like I have to write very I have to write in order.
Linearly.
Yeah,
Linearly.
I can't say that word today, apparently. So yeah, I just try to do something differently with my brain, and randomly I'll be like watching a TV show or listening to music or playing a game with the kids or something like that, and it'll come to me. And then I have my notebooks that are laying basically on every surface in the house, and I'll write whatever is in my head down. I don't write it then because I have a hard time focusing to write coherent thoughts when my family is up and awake.
Yeah. So with me, I cannot do the flash fiction thing because flash fiction becomes a book.
Story seed.
Right. So I can't do that at all. But what I will do is I will either take a break and go for a walk, or I will sleep on it. Because during those two activities, I will either come up with something that will work at the end of that scene or move that scene forward to where I need to go, or I will dream something weird, but it works for the story. And then I'll think about it all morning until I can get down and write it. So yeah, that's what I do. There's some kind of magic in sleeping on your problems because your subconscious will solve it for you, usually. All right.
There's a reason I have hundreds of potential stories, is because story seeds.
Y'all, no, I can't do anymore. I have close to 70, and that's enough. I'll be writing when I'm 110 years old.
We keep giving each other ideas.
Love that. That sounds like a great place to be. I will be writing until I'm 110 years old. I will put this message.
See, that's my thing is I don't get to die from my brain growth tumor thingy. Just no, I'm ignoring it because I have too much editing to do. And I have too many future stories to write. So no, I'm not going to die because I'm difficult. Please be sure to put #block in the chat so that you can join the drawing for the lovely Breaking the Block workbook that Sam put together.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Mama Maggie. So for those of you who want to win it, #block, type it into the chat right now. #block if you want to win the Breaking the Block workbook. Here we go. I was like, I knew I had that somewhere. #block, type that into the chat. If you need that extra set and help with motivation to really help you break the block. Oh, we definitely got a couple of participants here. So we're definitely going to be able to give it away to somebody. The question is, who's going to win this digital book? And I have to say, while people are typing in block, listening to the four of you converse was absolutely incredible. You four have such like, it might be chemistry. It's just that the four of you just have like such a great organic conversation between the four of you, regardless of the conversation, regardless of what y'all are talking about, and it feels inspirational. It makes me be like, all right, I feel like I need to break the block right now. It's like, how do I break the block right now? So I definitely felt very inspired just from listening to just the context of you guys having a great time while also providing value and also creating a space where writers can come together with y'all. So I wanted to throw that out there because that's actually really cool.
Thank you.
And let's get this giveaway going. So #block. I'm gonna throw it up here, and oh, there's a lot of people here. All right, so let's do it. Breaking the block. There is a high demand for this workbook, Sam. So we're going to see just who wins the Breaking the Block workbook, and away we go. Hey, look at that, Dawn. Congratulations. Congrats. Perfect. If one of the mods want to drop in the form for the winner. So Dawn, we just need you to go fill out the giveaway winner form. We're going to drop it in the chat for you. Just fill that out, and that way we can get you the Breaking the Block workbook. Your 2026, Dawn, is looking incredible already. You're going to be breaking the block come January 1st. You're going to be knocking out books left and right, you and Rach, before you know it. So 2 more series next year. I believe it.
See, are you glad I dragged you out of the darkness this time?
I know, right? Dawn, like, I like that Dawn, like, comes out of, like, the darkness, and, like, the first thing that happens is she wins this, like, motivational.
She needed it, y'all. She needed it.
Break the block. So, absolutely, congrats, Dawn. Awesome. So we are going to be moving right along to Jeopardy right now, but this is one of our trademark fun writing activity games. So I wanted to pose to you guys because I realized as I'm seeing this and as I'm seeing the mashup and all y'all here, do you four want to compete against each other for Jeopardy right now?
So I would say yes, except for I have somewhere to be by 11 o'clock. So I would be able to stay for the whole thing. So
totally understandable.
So
I
played it last year and it was really fun.
Yeah.
I was like, I know we've had you guys before.
Yeah. I've played it before, but my brain right now, I'm surprised I'm making words. Okay.
I'm here for it.
I don't have any more. Huh?
I'm done.
I can hang out as comic relief because I used to be really good at Jeopardy, and then my brain blew up on one side. And now I'm like, I don't know what the thing is.
I'm really good at Jeopardy normally. I would be here, except for I haven't learned how to clone myself yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I figure that out, I'll let you guys know.
When we're able to figure out the secret cloning technique to be in more than one place, to be everywhere all at once, then that's exactly what we'll do. Okay, well, awesome. So it sounds like Rach, Mama Maggie, you guys are hanging out. What I will do is Stephanie, Sam, I'll let you guys give your outros. Where can people find you? And yeah, and my one ask, if you can give us a really good right now at the end of your outro for me, it'll be awesome. I promise.
Stephanie,
you can go first, Sam.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All right. So thank you for joining us, everybody. It has been a lot of fun joining this community again. And yeah, I look forward to the next time. You can find me mostly everywhere at Writer Sam Wicker. That's Instagram, Facebook, here on YouTube. I do have my link tree posted everywhere in all my bios and in all my videos and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you for letting me join right now.
I love it. Thank you so much, Sam. And Steph, you're up.
Okay, I've been thinking about this since yesterday. All right. All right. So if you don't know who I am, my name is Stephanie. I have written 8 or 9 romance books, and this year I am diving into fantasy standalone novels as well. And if you ever get to the point where you don't know what to do, you should just stop, drop in right now.
Hey, I love it. That was so organic. Absolutely. That was the best written I've heard all 20 plus hours that I've been awake.
You know,
So,
you've ever heard that sign that's saying stop, drop, and roll, like when you're doing fire drills? That's where I got that from.
Well, I absolutely love it. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Sam, Stephanie, I'm sure we'll see you around.
All right.
Yeah,
Bye.
definitely. Bye.
Maybe. I was like, I don't. Oh, hey, what's up, Nat? I'm like playing like Ty, and I hit the wrong one.
There she is.
I feel like I should have had like my finger up my nose or something.
That was good. Yeah.
And we'll welcome back Soul back to the stage. Welcome. You're muted. Oh wait.
This is
That was
like I
me.
said in the chat, this is going to be interesting because I've been awake since 3:45 my time.
Oh my goodness.
This is going to be an interesting thing for sure. So
In other words, I better not yawn because everyone here has had way less sleep than I have.
And Kaufman's had the least of us all.
hey, trust me, if I could compete, I would. I just know the answers already.
I tried to tell him go to bed last night, but
What was that?
said I tried to tell you to go to bed last night.
I know that was actually the funniest comment ever. But you know what? The truth is, I went to bed. I just rolled around in bed for 4 hours.
God.
I was like, because I have never. It's probably been 10 years since I've tried to go to sleep that early, and like my brain just wasn't going to let me. I just realized in the middle of an event of this size, but it's all right. I can live off adrenaline till tonight. Awesome. So we're going to do Jeopardy right now. We're going to see if we can make this work. Let's see. So right now, we have a couple players, I believe. As I'm looking forward, as I'm looking at this, we have the 7 of us. Courtney, welcome back. Actually 6 because Kaufman can't count. And so we have the 6 of us. Myself, Soul, and Courtney know the answers. So that's going to leave the 3 of you guys to participate. Mama Maggie, are you all right to play?
I'll try.
At the very least, have some fun.
Is there anybody in the chat?
Interesting.
Oh, I'll have fun. I just, I've already dropped a bomb, so might as well keep going.
Is there anybody in the chat who wants to participate and try your hand at Jeopardy right now? Give your shot at winning something cool. $20 Barnes & Noble gift card. That's what we'll give out. Help you heal that reader addiction. So I'll be giving that out, delivering it next week for whoever wants to participate in Jeopardy right now. Drop a comment and you can come join us. Very easy. For those of you guys who've joined us previously, Jeopardy right now is a pretty fun one. So we have, looks like Janine.
Yes.
Excellent.
One of us.
Wonderful. I know, right? One of us. All right, Janine. Let's get you the invite link, and you can come join us in the studio.
Out of curiosity, while you're doing that, has anyone claimed bingo yet? Yeah.
I have 3.
You got 3 lines?
Yes.
Dang.
Wow.
The perks of by the way, Janine, it's going for an hour. Ish. Like, and when I say ish, I mean it could be less, not more. But dang, all right, man. We're gonna have to get you other than street cred, which you already got. I plan to get you something. I actually do. I'm toiling in my mind. I just don't know what.
Correct.
It's just, hey, I'm just having fun
right
with
now. Yeah, T-shirt that says "Right Now" is on Bingo Master.
I know. Trust me, we have so much fun with this thing.
Actually, didn't we have a conversation about a bingo dragon? Anybody got a 3D printer?
I'm pretty sure we did have a conversation about that. I just don't remember where it went off to.
It probably left off at, does anybody have a 3D printer?
Oh man. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so while we are getting going, for anybody who doesn't know, Jeopardy right now. So everyone knows the rules of Jeopardy, right? Everyone's familiar with Jeopardy. We've run our trivia competition a couple times. You're going to have different categories to choose from. Let's see. What was the I'm trying to remember what was the way that we let people choose last time?
Didn't we have like a wheel picker or something?
Yeah, so that's how I chose names. And I think we went in order. So I want to say that we went in order because, of course, we cannot host the Jeopardy right now without everyone's favorite Wheel of Right Now. Here we go. And have it on the stage. So this is your official entry. So we got Mama Maggie, we got Rach, Natalie, and I know it's a cool little Right Now background, isn't it? And we will see who else. Does anybody else want to participate in Jeopardy right now for a chance to win a $20 Barnes & Noble gift card? Here's your chance to come participate. Did anybody well, I was throwing that out. Has anybody made progress with bingo? Did anybody say anything?
Soul has 3 lines.
I actually just checked. I'm only missing 3 squares from the entire thing.
What 3 squares are you missing?
Let's see. First draft read on screen, cleaning project done, and crutch words.
Dang. I have
I did farm chores. Do you want to borrow my project?
I cleaned the kitchen counters this morning before jumping on.
I did the chores and I mopped the floors. So
But yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I did a lot of crutch words while we were co-hosting during the late night hours.
I maybe not have noticed. I was kind of out of it by that point.
Putting some filler words in there to kill some time.
I was like, I don't even know how you knocked out so many squares. I feel like I still have like 80% of my squares left.
I feel like
it's not a 1-for-1. I mean,
yeah, apparently it's like a 5 to 40.
yeah.
While we're waiting for others to join us, I have to refill my donuts.
Aw. First world problems.
It is.
No spiking it. You can't get performance enhancement.
No, I like Kaufman. I went to bed at like 9:30 last night to try to get like 6 hours in.
Mm-hmm.
But at like 1:30, I began waking up like every 20 minutes going, did I oversleep? Did I oversleep? So yes. Don't tell my neurologist I'm drinking the full octane stuff today.
There you go.
It's safe with us. Also, I don't know that if spiking it is beneficial or if that would be more of a hindrance.
I was like,
I do want to explain for anyone I saw the question in chat. What's crutch words? Crutch words are excessive words that you use. One of my words, I'm in the middle of editing a novel right now. Luckily, I did edit 2 chapters yesterday, and I still have to edit 2 chapters today. That's my goal. But a crutch word I keep on using, which is a word that is not necessary or used too often, is just. I'm like, they just opened the door. And I'm like, stop it. You don't need that word. Sometimes for me, I can replace just with only, or I could delete just entirely. But just is kind of my crutch word that it's used a little too much. Yeah. Another thing that people do is like, maybe they always have their characters like shake their head and they don't say anything else or something. Like it's a constant description at times. Anybody got other crutch word examples?
With mine, it's just that. And I'm like, why am I saying that? I have noticed just.
I know that I know that I use crutch words. I just don't know what my crutch word is or what my list of them are. But I know I have them. Probably too many.
Yeah, I know when you trade Kaufman for editors, he'll write them out for you in bullet points.
Exactly.
Underline.
As any good editor will, they should point out all of your crutch words, or at least the majority of them, so that way you can be aware of the crutch words. Because it's not that you shouldn't use crutch words; it's just that you rely on them too much.
You're doing it too much, yeah.
And literally everybody probably has a list of 10 crutch words.
At least. Now, it's not to say don't ever use the word. It's just cut down on your use. It's like any. We're going to call the writing like a word diet. Everything is good in moderation.
Even chocolate cake.
Awesome. So with time, so what we're going to do, we'll queue it up. I think what we'll do is we'll leave it to the three of you to compete. Mama Maggie, I know, is grabbing some coffee, which is absolutely necessary. So we're going to leave it up to the audience to help us. Perfect. We're going to leave it up to the audience to help us with Jeopardy right now. All right. So let's see just what we can see. Okay. So let me throw this up on screen. We will have our names. So the way this works out is we're going to choose first, second, third. That'll be the same order. You get to choose a question. You get to choose the number and the question. If you get it wrong, whoever raises their hand first can be the one to take the second guess. I think that seems fair. So whoever raises their hand first can be the one to take the second guess. If you get it wrong, then of course it goes to the third one. If the third one does not get it right, then I think we lose the point, right?
We reveal the answer. You told me nobody's getting minus points. By the way, I am being the point tracker. However, I have it on an Excel spreadsheet. I can share my screen. Anyone can fact check me. I do not take this responsibility lightly. I just realized my fingers were in front of my kid's face.
Okay. So let's do it. Let's roll and let's see just what. Oh, no, that's the wrong screen. Perfect. And let's see just what we can get. I was like, all right. So here we go with Mama Maggie, Rach, and Natalie as our competitors. Let's see what we see. We're going for first. All right, Mama Maggie, looks like you're going to be up first. Woo! Hooray! And then going for second is... that was close. Natalie. Woo! All right. Awesome. So, here's how we have it. Here's what we got. So once again, it is Mama Maggie, Natalie, and then Rach. So we'll be at the top here. Let me make that. Perfect. So that will be the order. Soul is running the game, and Natalie, since you're competing, Courtney's going to take score for us.
Oh, darn. I had an Excel spreadsheet and it's beautiful and color coded, and I have.
I mean, if you want to focus on the game, then I would, but, or I could just be your backup.
We can check each other's math.
Okay. Natalie probably has like the most like beautifully like design like score like tracker in all of history.
Yeah, and I have like
we can't let it go to waste.
Together Word doc right now.
All right, and let's do it. So with the game on Souls, all right, and drop mine. All right, so and away we go. Mama Maggie, which category do you choose and which score?
World building for 100, of course.
This refers to the rules that govern what is possible or impossible in a fictional world.
What is a system?
What is a system? And is that the right answer? When Kaufman pulls up the answers, somewhere around here. Almost. Okay, what is a system? What is a system is not correct. So, Natalie. Oh, wait, that's right. Whoever raised their hand first. Do we have any takers?
I have no clue, so I'm not going to say.
Well, we don't get minus points.
You don't get minus points, so there's no penalty.
I'm just trying to think of other words right now.
And then we'll add that do. Kaufman will add the background noise. Do. In my head, it sounds real.
I mean, the only word that's coming to mind for me is what is physics?
What is physics? What is physics is not correct.
Yeah.
And the answer to that was world rules or internal logic. So no points for 100. Nicole promised. She did promise singing. All right. So Natalie, the question goes to you.
Let's do alternative writing for 100.
All right. This writing style mimics natural thought, often ignoring grammar or structure.
Free flow. What is free flow?
What is free flow is incorrect. Mama Maggie goes first. Mama Maggie, the question goes to you.
What is free form?
What is free form is also incorrect. Rach, the question goes to you.
What is brainstorming?
Oh, getting closer, but no, incorrect. The answer is stream of consciousness. So close. We're almost there. And no points for 100. All right, Rach, the question goes to you.
I'll take subgenres for 200.
Subgenres for 200. This fantasy subgenre blends magic with modern or real world settings.
What is urban fantasy?
And what is urban fantasy is correct. 200 points to Rach. 100. Ooh, congratulations. And Kaufman. Boom. All right, so that's 200 to Rach. Mama Maggie, you're up next.
What is world building 200?
This aspect of world building includes customs, traditions, and social norms.
What is society?
Oof. Close, but no cigar. Natalie, the question goes to you.
What is culture?
And culture is absolutely correct. That's 200 points to Natalie. 200 points to Natalie. And woo! Oh, it's the heartbeat one. We have a heartbeat. Oh, okay. All right, we'll say this for the death round. All right. All right. And of course, chat, if you know the answer, drop it in the chat and we'll see if you're able to help our contestants. All right, Rach, the question goes to you.
Oh,
no, wait. It goes to
Natalie.
Natalie. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Let's do subgenres 100.
All right, subgenres for 100. A romance subgenre focused on emotional comfort, safety, and healing rather than high conflict.
What is cozy romance?
And cozy romance is correct. I like that your helper helped you out there, Natalie. That was like the confirmation. All right, and that's 100 to Natalie.
He's been saying I'm right on other things when I was wrong, so throwing it out.
You're right to all of them.
He's just here to support me.
Everyone needs an emotional support human.
All right, Rach, the question goes to you.
Subgenres for 300.
All right, subgenres for 300. This subgenre is known for brutality, political scheming, and protagonists who often make things worse.
What is suspense?
Ooh, what is suspense is incorrect. All right. Does anyone in the chat know this? Does anybody in the chat?
I love that.
What is high fantasy? No, unfortunately, no. All right. And I don't see any takers for this. So it looks like 0 points in this category. The answer was Grimdark Fantasy.
Oh, and then somebody gets it.
Oh, Laura literally guessed it right when we dropped it. All right. 200 points to Laura. Oh, man. All right. Okay. And let's see. So let's go. Who's up next? 1, 2, 3, 6. So Mama Maggie, that goes back to you. Yeah, wait, 1, 2, 3.
Is it Rachel's turn?
No, it's Rachel's turn.
No, I just picked one.
Okay. Subversions for 100.
All right. Instead of being evil, this traditionally dark character type turns out to be kind or misunderstood.
What is an anti-hero?
Ooh, close, but no cigar.
Oh,
all right, Rach. The question goes to you.
I'm just going to try cinnamon roll. What is cinnamon roll?
Negative. That is not that's not the answer.
I'm just gonna point this out. If I used characters, I would have used him.
That's awesome.
Oh man. All right. Any takers for this question? Antagonist is getting slightly closer. Definitely getting a little bit closer over there.
My only idea is what is misunderstood. Like I'm just stuck on that, and I mean, yeah, everyone's coming up with great examples. Zuko, Megamind.
They're just giving character names.
Yep.
I was like, yeah, I agree with all this.
I did not use a specific character. I just used the term for the character.
Mm-hmm. Natalie, were you gonna guess?
I mean, all I can think of is just great character arcs, but I can't think of a single word that like summarizes it.
I'll give you a hint. It's actually 2 words.
Yeah, no, now you just opened the door for me on the possibilities. Thanks. Oh, wait. I'm going to lean on chat a little bit. Okay. What is morally gray?
What is morally gray is incorrect, but that was a very nice choice. Mama Maggie, do you have any guesses?
Anti-hero was the thing that came to my mind, and I haven't come up with anything else.
It's okay. Anti-hero was my first guess as well when I heard this question. And all right, so no points go for subversions. The answer is subverted villain or misunderstood protagonist. So close. I definitely thought anti-hero as well. All right, and I think the question goes to Natalie.
Sorry, in this household, I am very close with the mute button. Alternative writing 200.
All right. This format tells a story entirely through documents like letters, reports, or transcripts.
Oh God. I'm thinking of it like in movies, it's like found footage. But
you're right. That is the movie version.
Yeah, I just can't. Dang, writing version. What is formal writing? I don't know.
What is formal writing is close, but no cigar. If neither of them can guess it, you'll get half points. Mama Maggie or Rach, any takers? Nope, no takers.
Steal from Chad if y'all want to. We got a few
please.
If you could pronounce it.
What is epistolary?
And what is epistolary is correct. Epistolary writing. Now
Good job, Chad. I would have never got that. Okay, let me just throw that out. I've never heard that word in my life.
I never would have either. I was like epistolary. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Good job. So that is 200 points to Rach. All right. And
excellent point, Nevermore. A great example is Dracula because it's like diary entries and letters back and forth.
World War Z could be considered that because it's a series of interviews.
Yep, the book, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
All right, Rach, the question is yours.
Let's go with Right Now Trivia at 100.
All right, Right Now Trivia. When did Kaufman start? Right Now.
Ooh.
There are also two possible answers just to make it a little easier.
Like, I'm not good with exact dates and stuff, but
no, you don't have to remember like the exact date. Just the month, just the month and year would be enough.
I'm just gonna guess September 23.
September of 2023 is not correct.
Would she get half points on that?
I don't know. So what do you think? This is a this is a good call.
I don't think so.
I think it's still a little
like the
too
whole
hard.
one.
Natalie or Mama Maggie? Mama Maggie, what's the guess?
I'm guessing I know it was 2024 and I want to say it was January or February because you started the 2 years of streaming when you started working on Scarecrow, and I'm pretty sure that I found you May of then 24.
All right, and the guess is January of 2024. Mama Maggie, the points go to you.
I was scrolling through your page to see when your first live stream was. I'm like, come on,
you know, Natalie, all you needed to do was go to live streams and then click on chronology, oldest video. I know it's an easy way to check out YouTubers. Okay, so before we go on to the next round, let's get a quick check-in on the points. Where are we from our official and our unofficial scorekeeper?
I
have 1 point.
Technically, you have 100 points.
Maggie, you got the best points. You got the right now points.
Yeah.
I got 1. I have 1.
You have 100.
You have 100. So that means Rach got the epistolary, right?
Rach, yep.
I have.
Okay, I didn't have that
It
one.
was actually chat.
Yeah. Hey, it's still chat.
It was chat, but we do allow comments from chat.
It's phone a
It's
friend.
like call a pal, phone a friend.
Yeah. And that's like Let's Be a Millionaire. All right. So I have, for unofficial, I have Mama Maggie at 100, myself at 300, and Rach at 400.
We are the same.
Woo! So we're both wrong.
Wait, give me that score one more time.
Mama Maggie 100, myself 300, and Rach 400.
All right. Well, you know what? We still have over half the points available. Mom Maggie, you can always catch up. We have all those 500 points available. All you have to do is win 500. So let's continue on and see just how this race goes. All right, Mama Maggie, the question goes to you.
Well, let's world building for 300.
This term describes how geography affects society, such as trade routes or climate.
I know this one, but I can't think of the word. Oh. I use this so much and I can't think of the word. Geography.
This term describes how geography affects society, such as trade routes or climate.
I'm gonna phone a friend. Genesis geopolitics, so I'm gonna say geopolitics.
Geopolitics is not correct, but very, very good guess. Geopolitics, man, that is geopolitics. All right, do we have any other guesses? Any other takers?
Now I'm just trying to think of my history of like.
This term describes how geography affects society, trade routes or climates.
So, Rach, unless you got an idea, I'm just gonna steal something.
Go for it.
Chat. I'm just gonna say, environmental. What is environmental like? Oh,
Maybe environmental impact, maybe or,
Factors. Environmental factors.
And that. So what? Natalie, you were the one that was guessing. What did you say?
Environmental impact.
Well,
all right. And environmental impact is pretty. Oh, so what do you think? Is that
I'm going to say it's close enough.
I would say it's close enough. Environmental influence. So Nat, we will give that to you.
Thanks, everybody.
Mama Maggie, you were getting close as well, but it was Nat's question.
And I will say, I actually did look up the definition of geopolitics. If I had found that term before, yeah, I would have put that on here. But I had actually not seen that term until, well, now. So,
all right, and let's see who chose that question.
Mama Maggie did.
I just went. It's Natalie's turn.
All right, Nat, the question goes to you.
Let's go big money of subgenres 500.
Subgenres for 500. A speculative subgenre that asks, what if history went differently?
Oh, God. Because this is like the Watchmen and stuff. Because at first I'm thinking historical fiction, but that's not it. It's what is alternate history?
And alternate history is correct. That is 500 to Natalie. Alternate history, we will accept it. Rach, was that what you were going to guess as well?
Yes, she got it.
Dang, you guys are knowing like the 500-point ones. Maybe this is giving you guys a little bit of inspiration over here. All right, Rach, the question goes to you.
Let's close out subgenres for 400.
All right, subgenres for 400. This speculative subgenre blends advanced technology with a gritty, dystopian, urban aesthetic.
What is cyberpunk?
What is cyberpunk is correct. That is 400 to Rach. Congratulations. I feel like there was like two it could have been. Cyberpunk, great answer. All right, Mama Maggie, the question goes to you.
World building for 400.
All right, world building for 400. This world building mistake happens when a setting exists only to serve the plot, not the people living in it.
There's actually two things it could be. It could be exposition, which a lot of writers do. And another thing is purple prose, which writers will overly describe a setting that has nothing to do with the plot or the characters other than to stage them.
Okay. Those are both really good answers. That is not correct, but I feel like those were very good explanations. I might be willing to give quarter points for that if we can't get another guess. What do you think, Sol?
I'm looking up exposition and it doesn't match what the answers I've got.
Our team of expert is fact checking.
All right. Natalie, Rach, any guesses? Do we have any takers?
I can't think of the words.
I'm gonna take.
See, this is the proof
Like I
that
see
I am not a
examples.
professional writer.
I see examples in my mind, but I don't know what it's actually called.
What examples do you have? Because I think that I actually enjoy hearing the examples of this stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and then I swear I'll give my answer. Ish.
I was thinking kind of on the side of the worlds were put in place first would even be like, and it's not even for me it's obviously not a mistake because it's very well, received. Would be like the world for Twilight and that kind of thing. So it's like everything that goes into it is to get to that goal instead of talking about, the societal things going on. So that's just me.
So I guess is world centric, or what is world centric? But I am enjoying reading chat.
What is world centric is not the answer, but it does include 1/3 of the word.
Oh, something as simple as plot device. I'm curious to find out. You don't have to give me any points. But that's from Jenna.
You guys both got 1/3 of the word, so that means, all right, everybody, 100 points to everybody. That was I give 100 points.
Our powers combined, we make an excellent writer.
Yep. I give 100 points to everybody because the correct answer is shallow or plot only world. Mama Maggie, your explanations were great. But I don't feel like they were right on, but I felt like they were very detailed for this question. Natalie and Rach, you guys both got 1/3 of the word.
Proof that we focus more on our characters and stuff than we do on technical stuff.
And what's funny is we've had the most world building workshops in the WriteNow phone. All right, and let's see who is up next.
Natalie.
Nat. All
Okay.
right. Question
I'll
goes
try
now.
300.
Alternative writing for 300. This style intentionally breaks traditional grammar or spelling to reflect voice or dialect.
Oh God, you can sit up there. Because I've done this. It's funny because I do these things and then I don't know what they are, the name for it.
Same.
Yeah,
I do it a lot.
I'm gonna say what is like M dash, that thing that like is stopping a sentence, you know? Hopefully I'm using the right word.
No.
That is incorrect. Mama Maggie or H, do you have a question?
I do.
All right, go for it. Rach, and your guess is?
What are colloquialisms? I use them all the time. Too much, maybe.
That is not the answer that I have here. But that does sound like that would be the right answer.
Yeah, it does. I should have looked at that.
It's
Maggie.
close enough. It's kind of related.
It's not what we have, but I feel like that actually is the right answer. That is a working answer for that. I think I would give it for that one.
I want to say what is passive voice, but I don't think that's right either. Because I use dialects and stuff like that in my writing and colloquialisms all the time.
I think Jenna got it the closest. So let's throw it up. Rach will give it to you, but it was phonetic or dialogue writing. But I do feel that colloquialism is actually very much similar and close enough.
Yep, gotta agree with that.
So we'll give 300 to Rach.
Woo, I knew a term.
And fun fact, colloquialisms, even though they sound the same, are not the same region to region. Because getting the milk for free in the Western culture means promiscuity, but getting the milk for free in Asian culture means to take the credit for someone else's work.
Interesting.
And also there is in some areas, getting the milk for free means that a person is on welfare.
Interesting. That one I did not know.
So yeah, there's different colloquialisms are a fun thing, but if you're writing a fantasy world, be careful using colloquialisms if the item that the colloquialism is about does not exist in your fantasy world. Like if you use like watching the clock as a colloquialism, but you're in a world that doesn't have clocks.
That kind of defeats the point, doesn't it?
Takes the reader out.
Yeah.
All right. And let's see. I want to say that Rach, I believe you're up next.
Subversions for 500.
All right. Subversions for 500. This subversion challenges the idea that character death must always be tragic or meaningful.
I don't know the name of that. If you guys can answer it, go for it.
All right, Rach is passing it off. Nat or Mama Maggie? This subversion challenges the idea that character death must always be tragic or meaningful.
I don't know what this is called because I kill people meaningless. I kill planets in my word. I don't even know. Somebody's gonna die, and this character gets the bad luck.
Do you have a guess? Because I was going to steal.
I don't have a guess.
I'm going to call it a meaningless death. What is a meaningless death?
Meaningless death. That is close.
Yeah, but we're not playing horseshoes or hand grenades.
So what do you think? We got one word.
Yeah, one word of that.
So we will give you, since it's 3 words, a third of the points. And the answer is non-glorified or anticlimactic death.
So Jenna gets the points.
Yeah, Jenna. 500 points to Jenna.
Okay, so
Jenna,
next time I'm just waiting for Jenna to type in.
Yeah, you should. She's the teacher.
He is the teacher in the room. He's the teacher.
Right, guys, we should be paying attention to the teacher in the chat. All right, and let's see. So with where we're at on points, let's do a quick points check-in and see.
Well, wait, you said I got a third of the points?
Yeah, what's a third of it?
I don't know. What's a third of 500? What's that?
According to a calculator, it's like
2, 3. All right, 150. 150.
Thank you.
150 is close enough.
There's not enough sleep for that.
I know. I'm not doing math right now.
Okay. Oh, wait. I was about to give Rach 150. Forgot.
I'm sure she would appreciate that.
For unofficial, Mama Maggie is at 200. I'm at 1350, and Rach is at 1200. We all
right. Ooh, so it's getting close here. Okay.
And it's verified by official, apparently.
All right. So we are going to go into a speed round so we can try to get some more of these questions. So if you do not get it, you do not get the points and it does not pass on. All right, Mama Maggie, the question goes to you.
World building for 500.
World building for 500. This approach reveals the world gradually through character experience instead of exposition dumps.
What is exploration writing?
Exploration writing is incorrect. The answer is organic world building. No points go to you. Nat, the question goes to you.
Subversions, 200.
Subversions for 200. In this trope twist, a character expected to rise to greatness instead chooses a quieter personal path.
Yeah. Please tell me chat is typing something.
I think chat
That wasn't helpful, but that is anime. The rise to greatness instead choose a quieter personal path. What is hermit?
And hermit is incorrect. The answer is refusing the call. Rach, the question goes to you.
Subversion's 300.
All right, subversions for 300. And in this subversion, the prophecy is technically correct, but deeply misleading.
Oh boy. Deeply misleading. Not sure. A reverse sphinx. I don't know.
All right. And that is incorrect. The correct answer is a twisted prophecy. All right. And Mama Maggie, the question goes to you.
Right now, trivia for 200.
All right. How long was the first Right Now-a-thon?
The first one?
The one that we had last year.
This is so far. This is the third Right Now-a-thon we've had.
I only remember
it's a second Right Now-a-thon.
I only remember it lasting one day.
Actually, you're right, Sol. You're absolutely right. This is the second Right Now-a-thon because the first was officially called the Write-a-thon.
I only remember it lasting one day.
All right, and the answer is 24 hours. 200 points to Mama Maggie. All right, Nat, the question goes to you.
Right now, 300.
24 hours?
All right. During November 24th Adventure Right Now, what story format was the project in?
All right. During 24's Adventure Right Now, what story format was the project in? I don't know, and my brain is drawing a blank.
Ah.
I got nothing between these ears.
All right. And the answer was branching narrative, as we did. Choose your own adventure. This was Adventure Right Now, where me and Soul wrote the Hermes the Cat story.
It was
All
both
right.
in an adventure format in form of a book, and
Mhm.
I've also been trying to turn it into a choose your own adventure text game.
And I heard y'all talking about this.
All right, Rach, the question goes to you.
Go back to alternative writing for 400.
All right, alternative writing for 400. This approach tells a story out of chronological order.
Nonlinear writing.
All right, and nonlinear writing is correct. We will take that. Nonlinear writing, that's 400 to Rach. All right, Mama Maggie, this is our last round. Mama Maggie, question goes to you.
Right now, trivia for 500.
All right, right now, trivia for 500. What animals are recurring animals in the Right Now community?
What are dragons and what are dragons?
What are dragons? And what did Courtney, what did we agree on this one? Are we requiring all the answers?
I don't think we should require all of them.
Well, we have dragons and we have crows and we have everybody was joking about a few weeks ago about the hedgehogs. But that could affect that. I think that was just a stream thing, but we have dragons and we have crows.
All right.
And both of those appear on the covers of the anthologies.
All right. And we will accept that because you got dragons and crows, because we got Mr. Crow dragons or cats. Absolutely accept that. And that was 500 to Mama Maggie. All right, Ray. Nat, the question goes to you.
Alternate writing 500.
This experimental style allows the reader to choose how the story progresses.
Choose your own adventure.
And choose your own adventure is interactive or branching narrative.
Y'all accept it? It's the same.
Yeah.
I feel like we should accept that.
That's basically what that is.
Yeah. I was like,
yes, we will accept that. That's 500 to Nat. All right, Rach, the last question goes to you.
Well, let's end it on Right Now trivia.
All right, Right Now trivia for 400. What is Kaufman's outro?
You don't need to remember the whole thing, just a phrase from it.
I hope I can just say right now.
I was like, wait, do I say that on the outro? I was like, I've only said it 733 times. All right, Rach, what's your guess right now?
Yeah.
All right, and the answer is what is the unfortunately this brings us to the end of the stream. Don't forget, words are wind, but stories are forever. I'm Kaufman, and I'll catch you on the morrow.
I always remembered the
right because I did the right now open. I do the right now
opener. It's the opener.
Mm-hmm. It was a good guess. Okay, and that wraps up. So, what is our official points at? Our like poor 400 subversions.
Can I just see the question and we'll let Chad answer?
Yes. This trope subversion reveals that the mentor figure is flawed, wrong, or actively harmed.
Ooh, don't know that one. Okay.
What is Hogwarts? Made you laugh, I win.
They didn't. Well, mentor/writer in that one.
All right. And
who is Dumbledore? Oh, wait, what? No.
False or fallen
mentor.
Thank you. I like trivia way too much to let a question just hang. Okay.
And with our official points, where did we end up at?
I failed gloriously.
I will.
Chat wins.
Chat wins.
Who wins?
Or you want to say it? Or...
I have Mama Maggie at 900, Rach at 1600, and Natalie at 1850.
Ooh, because y'all gave me the choose your own adventure. I'm just saying that's the only reason. When it was actually interactive.
Well, that's what that is. So I mean,
I know.
All right,
But,
congratulations, my friends. I feel like this is the hardest version of the Right Now Jeopardy we've done. So absolutely, congratulations. You guys all had some great answers. There was like 50% of those that I didn't even know the correct answer. It's like a lot of them we knew, like, because we do it, but the specific terminology, I was like,
we know the concept thing. We just don't know the academic names.
I know. Yeah. Oh man, what a fun thing. The three of you guys, thank you so much for participating, being the Right Now Jeopardy guinea pigs. I feel like the real win goes to Laura Nettles and who else?
Jenna
and Laura. I feel like were the two that were the real winners.
Soul to come up with those questions. Bravo.
I had fun with that. I loved doing all of those.
Let me tell you guys, if there is a way we can make it possible for the chat to participate in Jeopardy in the future, we'll try to find a way. But
we need to.
I know. It's like, but how do you do a Jeopardy where anybody can go Google the answer at any time?
Well, also, I will say, the speed was good. Like the delay gave us a chance to answer. And then chat can represent itself as a whole, where everybody in chat is one team.
That's actually not a bad idea. It's interesting. We're going to think about that for our next iteration of Jeopardy Right Now. Everyone, thank you for playing. This is not the end of the Right Now-a-thon. We still got the last and final chapter of the Right Now-a-thon. So come and join us. Let's see. We need to drop the chapter 5 link in the chat. So go join us. We have some exciting stuff lined up for the last session of the Right Now-a-thon. I'm going to be interviewing an indie bookstore owner, and we're going to be answering your author questions. How do you get into bookstores? What is the process? How difficult is it? What do you need to know? So that way, the next time you get your book published, you can have the knowledge you need to get into an indie bookstore and better understand what the process is like. So join me for that interview. That's going to be next up. We're going to be talking about publishing with the day job. We got that panel lined up. We have a couple other really fun things, cookies and bookies. I'm looking forward to that. And the major Right Now keynote announcement. Something huge. What is the future of Right Now? So come join us over in chapter 5 of the Right Now-a-thon. Let's do it. I think we need to drop it in the chat before we close the stream.
I sent it to you. I just wasn't sure when you were gonna post it, so I sent it to you.
Yes. We can go chapter 5. What's that? Perfect. So everyone, go join us. Go join us over on the chapter 5 live stream. We're going to hop over there for the last session. It's also linked down in the YouTube description. It's also on the Discord. We'll see you guys over there. Thank you so much for joining in Jeopardy. All right, my friends, we'll see you in just a second.